Calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission, February 15th, 2023. So, first order of business, let's have a roll call.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll go ahead and take roll call. Chair Grumbine,
Present?
Vice Chair House,
I'm here.
Commissioner Butler,
Here.
Commissioner Dorden,
Present.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Here.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes. Here.
Commissioner McClure, and Commissioner Uli.
Present.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Oh, yes. And we'll start with that. Since we have a roll call, we'll start with welcoming our newest member.
Thank you very much.
All right. We'll see if you feel the same way by the end of the day.
Yeah.
You need this guy.
So it's great having you on board as a landscape architect. So it's great. All right. So with that, let's go on to general business and public comment as our first item. So any member of the public wishing to comment on an item that is not on our agenda today can do so for 2 minutes. Anyone in the room wishing to have public comment? Not seeing anyone. And yes.
Thank you, Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Looking to Zoom. If anyone participating virtually would like to speak on general business, please raise your hand and we'll call on you. Not seeing any raised hands. We did receive written correspondence from Shelley Badat, Paulina Kahn, and Scott Wenz of Cars Are Basic, which was distributed to the commission prior to this meeting. Excuse me. So back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, back, and that we'll close public comment and go on to item B, approval of the minutes of Historic Landmarks Commission meeting of February 1st, 2023.
So moved. Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Drury, second by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion, any edits?
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Commissioner Dorden.
On item number 1, under commission comments, I think there was a word or phrase dropped, so the sentence doesn't read well. And I suggest the sentence under my comments, it would be best to begin by establishing basic principles. It simply makes the sentence read a little bit.
Yeah.
I think something was dropped,
Yeah.
and so it's an awkward.
Makes sense. Okay. Other edits? Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes, I can't remember which item it was, the equestrian way. Is that number 4, maybe?
There we go.
5. Yes, I think for the minutes to be more accurate, and I will look to the other commissioners if they agree, that there was a comment about one of the commissioners, I believe it was Commissioner Uli, expressed that the style did not meet the HLC guidelines, and there were, I agreed with that, and I think there was one other commissioner who also agreed with that. And there was, I think, stronger emphasis on more simplification of the project to make it work better in the neighborhood. There is some mention of it, but I think it could be a little bit stronger language, if you all agree.
So, I think that was definitely part of the discussion. The question is whether it was part of one of these comments that can be sort of added and fleshed out. And it seems to be the color comment seemed to be the biggest one. Oh, sorry, just can't look to the side. Yeah. So, but because it wasn't officially in the comments, it's also, I don't want to just add as a pure new comment when it wasn't listed as a going down the list. But I think it was definitely part of the discussion, and at least one commissioner. So maybe we can add it to number 5 and say multiple commissioners concerns level intensity of color, including one commissioner who felt it was not adhering to. At least one commissioner who felt it was not adhering to EPV guidelines, because I think a lot of it had to do with the color. Color, and there might be some other stylistic things, but that might be the best one to sort of at least add that note in, because it did pertain to that, but it wasn't listed as a separate note. So I don't want to just purely add it in as a separate thing.
And Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
it should read multiple commissioners are concerned. with the level and intensity of color, not.
concern.
Oh, yeah,
Yes,
yes,
otherwise.
that's true.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Yes, however you think is best to include it. I just think it's really important that that be stated up front in an early hearing like that to have that clear.
Yeah, I agree. The only issue would, and I would say if we are back in time, we would say it and make it one of the comments, but I don't want to necessarily add a comment that wasn't, they still got the message, I think, very clearly, and they heard all the additional discussion. And they're going to have to remember that as part of it. And while we'll go over these comments, I think we'll need to bring it up at the time as well, at the next time. And I'm sure it'll be an ongoing thing.
I'll try to do better.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest that the tape be reviewed because I made that comment, in my opinion, the project wasn't consistent with our HLC guidelines, so it should be in the minutes, and it should be on the record.
I would second that. I think that was part of my purview or my reaction to it as well.
It may have been comments. I don't know if it made it into the motion, but I can certainly check again. I did rewatch the meeting, and I think Pilar did as well, so. But we can certainly.
And
look
that's, I
again.
think that the trick here is that when I summarized the comments, I didn't say that as one of the comments. And so I missed that one.
So I'll have to stab,
Yeah.
so I'll have to stab you in the hand next time.
That's
just to
right. Exactly.
Remind you. that-
Exactly. Or just kick me under the table.
But, Mr.
The
Chair,
first steel toe shoes.
if I may, I think it's really important to include those comments for further reviews of this project will come up to us all
So
the time.
I think what staff was getting at is we're not supposed to add comments afterwards. They can review it and it was a comment made, yes, but it wasn't officially in the comment summary that I
I
did.
see.
That's
I
the
see.
problem, is I missed it in the comment summary. And so it wasn't actually officially read into the motion. Yeah, so maybe look, if you can look at that and see if there is any other, if that can be, at least part of it be added into the color. Otherwise, it's okay, they're coming back and they heard it. So it was part of the discussion. So they know that it's real. So, and as a note, even though we do read through all the lists of minutes for each project so that we're being consistent with ourselves over time, that's not the only things that we can review and say and have opinions on and everything else. So I think we need to make sure we are addressing things in that way, but I don't think any of those comments are contradictory to that sentiment, which was made by one. So I think it can still continue to happen. Okay, any other edits for the minutes? All right, so we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote, please, for
Thank-
approval of the minutes?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll
Oh, I
go
would say approval of the minutes
as amended.
as amended. And then I guess we're asking for, or are we? Are we going to ask for a review of the tapes?
No, we'll just do better next time.
Okay, that sounds good. Are you okay with that, Commissioner Ensberg? Or do you want a review of the tape?
I think it's important. I mean, this is a very important statement that was made, and, I'm sorry we weren't more perfect in catching it, but I think that it's important that these types of, especially that, be reflected. So if there is anything, and, people read the minutes, they don't always go back to look at the tape, so I think it would help us in, the next review of that project. Not to be.
Mr. Chair, we can
troublesome.
re-review this particular
Okay,
item. in
sounds
the
good.
record.
All right, so then in that case, we're not going to vote for approval of the minutes, and we can just postpone it till next time. Is that right? That's our proper course, because okay, sounds good. So in that case, we don't need a motion.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Second is fine
Take
with
it back. Okay, so that'll be carried on later, and then I will go on to item C, approval of consent calendar for February 15th, 2023.
Move to approve the consent calendar.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Vice Chair House. Under discussion, or to staff first for summary.
I'll just read through my notes. Item A was for 2151 Mission Ridge Road. The action was for project design approval and final approval as submitted. Item B was for 256 Eucalyptus Hill Drive. The action was for project design approval and final approval with conditions regarding nesting birds. Item C was for 1950 Las Tunas Road. The action was for project design approval and final approval as submitted. And item D was for Plaza de Veracruz. The action was for final approval as submitted.
All right. And any comments from the reviewers?
No, it was very straightforward and only half an hour to
Nice.
review those 4 items.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Okay, so any questions from the commissioners before we vote? All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes?
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
and Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we are on to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ellen Kokenda, the Design Review Supervisor, and I know that the HLC already had a chance to welcome Commissioner McClure, but I just want to make sure that that gets in the record, and we are so happy to have you as our landscape architect. So thank you so much for your participation.
Yeah, thank you very much. Other announcements?
Yes, Chair Grumbine, I also wanted to announce that Ted Hamilton Roll has rejoined the city. He is now the project planner for the design review section, so we're really happy to have him back and just
Couldn't
wanted
stay
to
away,
let you know.
Yeah, good to see you. Great, great to have you back.
Chair Grumbine?
Yes.
Thank you. I need to abstain from item number 4. I was not present during that review, and I wasn't able to review the tapes.
Okay, so when we get to it, we'll just make, you're going to be abstaining from voting, but you can still ask questions, of course, and be
I
part of it.
can stay in the room?
Yeah, you don't have to close your eyes.
Thank you.
Okay, great. And then-
Yes, I have 2 announcements. One, the State Street Parkway is going to council on February 28th, so I'd love a representative from HLC to be there.
Oh, yes, and I'm not going to be able to make that date, so is there Vice Chair House?
What
did
is
you-
it that's going to be a council?
The State Street Parkway that we recommended for a landmark
okay.
designation.
Unless somebody else is better to represent that, I'd be happy to do that. What's the date?
The 28th, Tuesday, the 28th in the afternoon.
Okay.
And I just wanted to give you all a quick update on the designation of the Bungalow Haven Historic District that we had been looking at. We're still working with the Neighborhood Association. We do have the requirement in our ordinance for the 51% owner approval. That's a hurdle for the neighborhood. So until we can get through that, we're on hold.
Okay. And just knowing that it's a potential problematic for that, just as a general thing, just to get 51% of people to respond. What would be the process if, over time, that we would want to do if we're finding that this was a problem and we wanted to adjust it, amend the ordinance or something of that sort? What would that process look like?
Do you want to answer?
I can at least say, Mr. Chair, through you to the commission, the best way to do that is really for the Historic Landmarks Commission to maybe reach out to City Council and try to get their attention and say, this is problematic. If there was an issue with how it was initially drafted, at the time it was very much a political decision, or there was a conversation at the council wanting to make sure that there was adequate support. It really doesn't change the status because most of the structures that are there are already on the inventory. But it would provide potential access to funding. So there are benefits, incentives for the designation. So yes, I think it's really kind of council direction to staff to make those ordinance amendments.
Gotcha. Okay, so that sounds good. Okay. Any other announcements?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. House.
I don't know whether announcements or subcommittee reports is the appropriate time, but when we made appointments such as myself to consent calendar, we did not think ahead about appointing our future landscape architect to consent. So as a consequence, I had no landscape architect at consent today. So we need to appoint him.
Okay, so would you be up for taking care of consent? Thank you very much.
11 o'clock on the same meeting day as
Yes.
this?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And it's usually about between a half hour, hour long. It's typical. All right, well, thank you very much for agreeing to that. We wanted to first see, what he was made of.
Exactly.
Okay, great. Let's see, and we don't need any action item for that, right? Because we could just appoint our own. Okay, great. Any other announcements, et cetera? Okay. All right, let's go on to item E, subcommittee reports. And from our list here, or anything else if there's ad hoc, et cetera. Any subcommittee reports?
Well, Mr. Chair, I guess I can touch on the fact that City Council had a presentation from Brad Hess regarding the Plaza de la Guerra design. And while I did not attend or view it, I understand that they approved the budget for design. So they were unanimously behind it.
Great. All right. Other,
Chair Grumbine, we met with the city staff on the interim State Street situation. I don't know, maybe you recall, maybe you would like to give that
no, go
report.
right ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I guess it was last week. I can't remember
so,
the date
yeah.
of it was. Chair Grumbine and I met with city staff about about the ongoing improvements to the State Street interim period, and they asked for input from us on a couple of ideas they have that they're working out, and we gave them some good input, and they're going to move forward with that with the, I guess, I can't remember the committee, it's a special committee of council.
And it's especially looking at bikes and bikes and how things are organized in terms of walking and biking on
Right.
State Street.
They had a couple of experiments that they want to try out to see how it would work. Since the situation is as it is, looking at what would happen if they did these two different alternatives to the bike circulation and the pedestrian circulation. So we gave them a couple of ideas that they were going to move forward with. And also some suggestions about the planters, perhaps using larger specimen trees and some of the existing planters to help, to be used in certain locations to help slow the traffic down, particularly the bicycles.
Yeah.
I think that was
And so,
pretty much it.
yeah, and I think they're coming up with, a couple of different things to try on a couple different blocks, and so they can start to try to study how things may or may not be helpful and play out. And I believe they're going to be coming before us at some point as well and showing us where they're going with it. So,
Yes.
okay, all right.
Thank you.
Any other subcommittee reports? All right. In that case, let's go on to item 1. So this is a continued item for project design approval for 9 West Figueroa Street. And so welcome, if you all can come up and introduce yourselves. So I'm going to do a little read the summary here and then give a few little notes, and then we can go from there. So this project is located in El Pueblo Viejo Landmarks District. This is a revised project description, proposal to install decorative walls and gates at both ends of a Lot 3 Paseo. Improvements in the Paseo including removing all concrete columns, replacing the existing Paseo surface with 1,900 square feet of permeable pavers, 80 square feet of in-ground landscaping, potted plants to screen an SCE transformer, 2 new light fixtures, relocated 1 light pole, and expanding trash enclosures to screen all receptacles. The project also includes realigning the vehicular entrance to Lot 3, adding a new pedestrian pathway from Lot 3 to Figueroa Street and a new mid-block crossing that will align with the public pedestrian access to Lot 4. Curb extensions would be located at the mid-block crossing, and new landscaping would be installed in the expanded parkways. So this was project design. This is for project design approval, and project design approval is requested. Project compatibility findings are required. The project was last reviewed August 31st, 2022. And then we can go over the minutes for that. So let's do that. So the motion was continue indefinitely with the following comments. The commission thanks staff for their continued work in this project. This is an important project located in an important part of the city. 2, the commission finds this particular design not acceptable as proposed. 3, the proposal to close the Paseo to the public and create a new Paseo is not acceptable, as the new Paseo is not equivalent to the old Paseo. 4, multiple commissioners find that a potentially acceptable design would include clearing out and opening the existing Paseo to the public. This includes removal of any trees, removal of the columns of the trellis, but leaving the transformer in place and simplifying and unifying the pavement pattern. Further, move the trash enclosures and other enclosures to the parking so that the Paseo is clear and visible. Provide a lighting plan that will help deter any unwanted activity. And number 5, the majority of the commission is fighting for the Paseo. All right, and action was by Uli, second was by Lenvik, 8-0-0. Manuel's absent, and the motion carried. I want to add a couple of other notes. There was also a site visit on Monday, was it? And I did not attend, but I think most of the commissioners attended as well. And so we want to, and I know that as well that there's, we want to fight for the Paseo, but we also are going to fight nicely. So it's going to be a clean fight.
Well, we'll know by the end.
No hitting below the belt. All right, so with that, if you all could introduce yourselves and walk us through the project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chelsea Swanson, project planner with Public Works, and I'm here with Sarah Clark and Brian Bossi from the downtown team. I did want to ask if needed, if we have a few additional minutes, just because there's a lot of history with this project. Didn't want to rush too quickly through everything. I'll try and stay on the 15 minutes, but if that's possible, if needed,
Sure.
if we could have
Yep.
a few extra. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
I thought you were asking for some previous minutes, some few other
Oh,
previous
no,
minutes.
sorry, time.
A few extra minutes in time, yeah. No, that's no problem.
Okay, and again, Chelsea Swanson,
Yeah.
project planner. We do have staff from engineering and also from environmental services here if there are specific questions that they might be able to help with. We also have Arcadia, Bob Cunningham here, our designer for questions.
All right.
With that, I'll go.
Great. And then just as a quick note for new Commissioner McClure, if you have not reviewed the tapes, the recordings of it, you can ask questions, but then you can't vote. And if you have watched the recordings and if you were not present and you have watched the recordings of it, then you can do both. But usually it's best to announce that, especially because we know that you weren't there.
Have not, so I'll
Okay.
just,
All right. So you can ask questions, but then when it comes to time to comment, then you won't be able to comment or vote for this item. All right. So with that, sorry, go ahead and continue.
I'll get started. Thank you. So just to orient everyone, today we're talking about the parking lot number 3 and the lot 3 Paseo, which is highlighted here in yellow, and enhancements and changes to the Paseo area. And we are also going to be talking about a new pedestrian pathway and mid-block crossing in this location, connecting lot 3 to both the public right-of-way and across Figueroa Street. And I'm going to let Sarah go over the project objectives.
Commissioners, thank you very much. My name is Sarah Clark. I am the Downtown Plaza and Parking Manager, and I just wanted to take a moment, since this project's been kicking around for so long, to sort of review what we were hoping to accomplish by proposing this project. Our first objective and the most important is to address the nuisance issues that we've been having in the plaza with the sort of nooks and crannies that it creates concealed spaces that invite nuisance behavior, as well as health and safety issues. Related to that, number 2, to provide a safe crossing at Figueroa Street. Right now, the existing Paseo is not a natural pathway for people to take. Right now, we've got temporary fencing over it, but even when it was open, very few people actually walked through it. The large majority of people who are leaving the parking lot just walk out through the entrance area and then jaywalk across the middle of the street. And Ms. Swanson's going to provide you with some data that was recently collected that demonstrates how popular that crossing is. So we want to be able to provide improved pedestrian connectivity, providing safe pathways where pedestrians are already walking so that we can take them out of conflict with motor vehicles and provide a safe crosswalk with connection to Lot 4. Beyond that, we're hoping that this project allows us to enhance the Paseo by providing more attractive gates, landscaping, pavers, and lighting, removing those columns that have been there for quite a long time, and screening the trash receptacles that are currently in that Paseo. And then also screening the transformer that was placed there by Edison from Figueroa Street, so screening the view to that.
Thank you, Sarah. This slide is simply just again, reiterate, some of you have been here from the beginning when we brought this project to the HLC in 2015. Some of you haven't been. And just to kind of demonstrate that it has had a lot of review, we've stuck with the same concept that was supported by the HLC in June 2018. However, there have been changes and enhancements to the design based on comments we've received since then. However, the overall concept of adding gates at the Paseo and a new pedestrian pathway and mid-block crossing have remained consistent with that originally supported project. And most recently supported through our subcommittee meetings in 2021 and 2022. So I think most of you are pretty familiar with the site now and also went to the site visit, but I'll run through the existing conditions quickly. This is the view currently from Figueroa Street looking towards the Paseo with the temporary fencing. This is just inside the gates, and you can see the patchwork of materials at the front of the Paseo that would be replaced with permeable paving throughout and also a new landscape planter and potted plants in this front area. Again, the goal is to screen this transformer. We'll have a landscape in-ground landscape planter with potted plants for screening. The light pole will remain in its location, but it will have an upgraded State Street style light fixture. All of the columns, as mentioned, they used to have a heavy trellis on them. The remainder of them will be removed as part of the project. This is just another view looking towards Figueroa Street. You'll see one of the existing storage cabinets on the left, which is going to remain, that currently houses trash and will continue to do so. This is looking towards the parking lot. There are 2 trash enclosures at the rear constructed by a private business in 1986 with an encroachment permit. Those are still proposed to remain as part of the project. And a new enclosure, I'll have a better photo in a minute, will go in between to the existing. So the photo on the right is one of the existing closures closest to the parking lot. The one on the left is that cabinet that's also used for enclosing trash, and the new trash enclosure would mimic the style with the blue doors. It's not proposed to have a roof, but it would match the style with the blue wooden doors. This is just a photo from the rear, the parking lot side. Again, those 2 columns would be removed. We'll have a wrought iron gate proposed at the rear. I'll get to that in a minute. This is just another view further out from the parking lot, looking towards the Paseo. And again, a little bit further out looking towards the Paseo. I do want to point out this white truck is not in a legal parking spot, which is why it's very not visible. But and then, as Ms. Clark pointed out, the other component of our project that we took another look at as far as is it really still a valuable piece of our project is a new pedestrian pathway and a mid-block crossing, because we do see this very heavy pattern of pedestrians crossing in this location. So we actually put a camera out on September 23rd from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. just to get a better idea of how many people were crossing the street. And there were 850 crossings in the location where we would be providing the mid-block crossing. There were another 126 crossings in this location a little bit to the west on Figueroa Street. So this further validated that a formalization of this crossing and a safer crossing we wanted to keep as an important part of the project. This is a view of the existing travel lane into the parking lot. That's essentially where the new pedestrian crossing would go. And the vehicular lane would shift to the west. This is a view of where essentially the new pedestrian pathway would go. The planter on the right will remain with some minor changes to the plantings in there. These two trees are currently proposed to be removed based on the recommendation of our consultant and our arborist and based on their health, but the others will remain, and we do have new trees we are proposing, both in the parking lot and in that planter. It's just another view of where the crossing would go and where current ADA ramps that exist, pedestrian ramps are not ADA compliant, will all come up to ADA compliance as well. Another view of just the pedestrian activity out there. And then the connection point will be to a public alley on the north side of Figueroa that connects to Lot 4. The left side of the alley is public property. The right side is private and will remain private. This is just a view of where the crossing would be, looking towards Chapala Street. And in this area, there will be an extended curb with additional landscaping that will go towards Figueroa Street. And just another view of that same area that would extend with additional landscaping looking east. So again, the proposed project, with the Paseo, it's to add decorative gates at both ends, to add additional landscaping for screening, for the transformer primarily, new light fixtures that are more appropriate for the design, new permeable paving throughout the Paseo, removal of all columns, and screen all trash within it. The new pedestrian path would include permeable pavers as well, landscaping and trees in the parking lot and also in the right-of-way, curb extensions with widened parkways, and a mid-block crossing. The changes to the project since the previous HLC meeting, there was discussion about the previous design had solid wood gates at the rear and wrought iron at the front, and there was a desire for us to look into wrought iron at the rear as well. So that's now been incorporated as an option on the plans. The previous plans had permeable pavers in about the first third of the Paseo. That was most visible from Figueroa Street. There was a desire to extend that, so it was one consistent material, and we've done that as well. There's been concern about any exposed trash receptacles in the Paseo. They're all now screened with one new trash enclosure in between two existing trash enclosures. And then for lighting, we are relocating one of the light poles closest to the business entrance at the rear of the building. The other comments we heard at the last meeting were to remove all trees in the Paseo. This was new direction we hadn't received previously, so we did look into the health of the trees in the existing Paseo with our city arborist, just for a recommendation on the status of their health and if he would recommend retaining or not. So there's 2 bronze loquats and 1 London plane in the center. He was recommending retention at this point for all 3, so based on the health that he saw in the trees. So at this point in time, that's what we're proposing. There was also a desire to move all trash enclosures, existing and proposed, out of the Paseo and into the parking lot. There are a few locations we looked at this a few years ago as well. To get the capacity we needed, one option that we looked at are the blue rectangles you'll see on this diagram. And there's a couple constraints with regard to private utility conflicts we would like to avoid. There's an SCE vault we were trying to avoid covering, because that's not supported by SCE. And in some areas, there are ADA cross-slope challenges, particularly once you get into this part of the parking lot. Up here, it is more flat. Another alternative was one larger enclosure where this red rectangle is. And again, that was a slope challenge. We don't want to have to regrade the entire area. It was brought up at the site visit to look into this flatter area up here, closer to the rear of the businesses. With that option and also with the other 2, what we thought it didn't achieve with the project is creating a new sort of nook and alcove area if we had to place a, a large trash enclosure in this area, where now you have sort of this dead space between, which is really a pathway that connects all the way through. So we don't want to create a new hiding or nuisance area, and we didn't think that was a great solution. It also visually obstructs that this is a paseo when you're a patron parking over here, and it makes it a little less obvious that that's the way you might want to walk. So what we are proposing is this design here, which we'll get into in the plans, which would, again, screen all the remaining receptacles that are in the Paseo and would fit between 2 existing trash enclosures. And then I think move on to the plans. Okay. So, again, the elevations at the front have not changed from what you saw previously. This is the Figueroa concept with these 2 options, the rounded top on the pedestrian gate or the flat. And so those have remained consistent with what you previously reviewed. You can see the screening where the new planter would be, and the potted plants would be behind the gate. And this is a change from the previous proposal. It shows a wrought iron option at the rear, which was a desire of the commission for us to look into. We'd be working with these existing walls here on the side and adding wrought iron for the gates. This was the previous proposal, which is still an option, a solid gate option that we just kept on the plan as a, if the commission wanted us to consider that as well. And then again, this is the proposal for the trash enclosures within the Paseo. I'm not going to get way into the details, but if you have questions on the details, and I will have our consultant come up and answer those. But this is again, the Figueroa gate option, and you'll see there is a mesh behind the gate. There are a few options for this, either mesh for the entire gate or simply near the handle. And the idea is they have to be able to be open from the inside due to panic hardware. So to prevent people from reaching around and unlocking them when they do need to be locked. That's the idea there. And again, this was the previous iteration at the rear. And this is one option for the new proposal at the rear with the wrought iron. And this just shows one option as far as where mesh could go. As a detail of the mesh. This lighting concept is what you saw before, which I think was well received, so we did not make any changes to that. And then again, permeable pavers are now throughout the Paseo. Before they had ended behind the transformer. Now they're proposed throughout the entire Paseo. Columns would be all removed. This is the location where the new blue double door trash enclosure would go between the two existing. And the new pedestrian pathway. Let me zoom out just a little bit, sorry. With connectivity to the parking lot, be here with permeable pavers as well. We'd have the landscape planner retain on this side. We do have a few new trees proposed, including this tree here. This would be a new pedestrian access point, and all of these ramps, again, would become ADA compliant. Currently, they are not. This planter would be expanded as well. And again, the crossing would have a receiving ramp on the north side of Figueroa Street that would connect with the Lot 4 alleyway there. And with that, oops, sorry. That's the simple plan. Yep, that concludes the presentation. And again, let us know if you have questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now let's go to public comment. Any member of the public wishing, in the room wishing to comment on this item? Please, we've got a couple of speaker slips, great. And if you do want to, and you haven't turned in a speaker slip yet, please fill one out over there, and you can hand it in, so.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. First, for public speaker slips, I have Mr. Valley.
Thank you.
All right, and if you can introduce yourself for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Charles Val, Managing Member for Cold Spring, RE LLC. So if we can see the site plan on the screen, that would be great.
I don't know if that is on, we have it on our screen.
Okay. All right. So I don't know if you
And
see
pardon
where...
my interruption, can you bring your microphone up just a little bit more so
Sure.
the commission can hear?
So if you can see where is our office entrance on the plan.
And they're hovering over it, yep.
So basically the plan right now is to put all the trash in front of our office. The trash from everybody, not only the people on the alley, not even the people on the block, but also people that are outside the block. And all this trash, they probably cleaned it up very well the day you came, I'm sure. Unfortunately, I was not here. But it's always overflowing. So it has been a problem for 5 years. For 5 years, we've been dealing with this. We've been behind this fence for 2 years, construction fence for 2 years. 5 months ago, we had this meeting here again. And the plan is basically exactly the same. And we have even more trash enclosures from the last time, I think. So, I don't know, I mean, for us, I think it's either the Paseo is open and the trash moved to the parking lot, or I propose the design. I suppose you got it, right? You got the paper. And I think that would work. That would hide the trash from our office. Because right now, I mean, we see this trash from the windows upstairs. We see it when we come out of the office. There's like 20 people working in this office. And to be honest, I mean, I don't think it's right, because if you look at the SC transformer that they put 2 years ago, on this plan, they propose to screen it only on one side. I mean, it's really like we do not exist. Right. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Next, I have Lisa. Lisa, if you'd like to come up to the mic, please, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Lisa Eckerstrom Brigante, owner of 1025 State Street, just outside of the Paseo. And I'd like the commissioners to work with Public Works and come to some sort of agreement and move this project forward as soon as possible. I think it's been way too long of having this temporary fencing. Our building trash is in the Paseo, but it's not in an enclosure. It's just the bins. We have a space that the city has allowed us to use. In their new proposal, we will actually have an enclosure, which I would assume would help clean up the Paseo. And now with the State Street Farmers Market on Saturday, this is going to be an extremely important parking lot. It's going to be basically the first parking lot that people will probably be parking in to go onto State Street. And so I really think that this project needs to move forward, either open the Paseo up and move on and get it cleaned up, or abandon it. And I would highly recommend using the option of having the wrought iron screening on the parking lot side, due to the fact that sometimes the gate is left open and we don't know who's in there when you're going in to take your trash in. It would be nice to be able to see what you're going into right up front. And I think it would help maybe the parking people keeping an eye better on the trash and the problems that are supposedly continuing to happen in the Paseo. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I do not have any more speaker slips. Going to virtual public comment. If there's anyone joining via Zoom who'd like to speak on the item, please raise your hand and we'll call on you. So I have one raised hand from Julie Gerando. Julie, I'm going to go ahead and send you an unmute request. Please unmute and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi there. So I'm at Jack Pocket, which is the business that's in the Paseo. And I would tend to agree with Charles that putting more trash cans in the enclosure in front of our office doesn't seem like a great solution, at least for the problems that we're currently seeing. I mean, we have rodents back there, we have animals, and especially if it's not going to be with a roof of any kind, I don't really see how minimum wage workers who don't have any association with that Paseo and don't have to see it every day are going to be taking care of that area. Trash is always everywhere. We bring our guests in through that way, and it's just a really unfortunate situation. And I do have to mention that back gate that faces the parking lot is already a nuisance area. I mean, even just right now, there is a homeless person sleeping right outside of there, and it needs to be addressed somehow. I don't really understand how this is going to solve any of those problems. I mean, I just really think that making this a trash alley is kind of a slap in the face for our business. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. And then I don't have any more raised hands. We did receive written correspondence from Charles Valle, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. So with that, back to you, Chair Grumbine. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now to the commission for questions. What questions do you all have?
Mr.
Drury?
Chair. Am I awake? So is the idea that both Paseos will be open, the new one and the existing one, when it's cleaned up, they both be open during the day, let's say? Is that the idea?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Drury, so the new walkway is just going to be, there's nothing to close it, so it's just open all the time.
Right.
And the gates to the Paseo could remain open. That could be a possibility.
Okay.
Or they could be closed, but only the people with
Correct.
Access,
Yeah.
either cards or keys, can get in. Is that right?
And my second question is, how many parking spaces do you propose losing
I believe there's 2 that would need to go
Okay.
with the current design.
And just to be clear, that's to get the new walkway and crossing to work.
Correct.
And so my last question is, are you planning to have any safety light for safe passage crossing Figueroa Street to Lot 4?
There is street lighting out there currently, and I believe I believe we're adding a light. I'd have to look at the civil plan.
Okay.
But
So-
yes,
Okay, and there'll be
relocating
a
a
different
light.
texture to the crossing itself?
the crossing itself would need to be a high visibility crosswalk,
Right.
so it's paint.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
just a question to clarify property lines. My understanding is that the city owns Lot 3, but what are the property lines at that end of the Paseo? You had a diagram up, I think, which showed some yellow lines. Were those the property lines? This diagram?
That's correct. I
So
mean,
those yellow lines are property lines?
yeah, they might not be 100%
Exactly.
accurate, but
Sure.
generally speaking, yeah, those are the property lines. So the Paseo is actually part of the same parcel as the parking lot. It's all one parcel.
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair House.
I don't mean any disrespect, but I have to ask this question. Since this hasn't changed much since last time we saw it, what is your end game? Would you be appealing this to City Council if we couldn't approve it today?
I think I'll defer to my manager.
Vice Chair House, that's not our intention. That's not what we want. We came here, our end game is to, as it has been since the start of this, is to create a safe environment and to create a safe crosswalk. As you saw, just in that brief clip, there were nearly 1,000 people jaywalking on that. So that's an immediate.
Which is now legal.
Yeah, but still not safe. And we would like to move this forward and get that cleaned up. So from our end, a lot has been done since the last time we've been here. As you may recall, only about a quarter of this was with permeable pavers. Now the entirety of it is. I believe we added some lights. We put in the trash enclosure to then move all the trash in the back end. The wrought iron as well as an option for the gate. So our plan is to work with you to make this happen, as it always has been.
And actually, sort of to that, if we could we pull up the minutes from last time? Because I wanted to question through that and see from those some of the things that have or have not changed. So, okay, and I think that I want to focus especially on 4. So, clearing out the opening existing pavement includes removal of any trees. We talked about that, and it is not the plan to remove any of those 2 trees. Is that right? Or
There's
is there
3. The London Plane, which is the larger one in the,
No,
sort of in the center.
I'm only on the plan. I'm only seeing 2 in the Paseo. Where are the 2 or 3
There's
trees?
two small
Oh, they're right.
trees here.
Okay,
where
got it.
I'm having the one
Okay,
large
got it.
here.
Okay, sorry, I just visually I wasn't seeing. Okay, so they're all the trees are staying, right? Is that from the ones that we had? And I don't know if we had even specified the side ones, but I think it was a lot about seeing through everything. But anyways, okay, and then removal of the columns of the trellis, or because there was no trellis, but the columns, and so all those have been removed. Is that right?
That's always been part of the project, and it will remain
Okay.
part of the project.
But leaving the transfer in place, simplifying and unifying the pavement pattern. We talked about that. Further move the trash enclosures and other enclosures to the parking lot so the Paseo is clear and visible. You talked about that. Now that, on the last one, did you have this same trash setup? Or was this
The previous proposal had the retention of the existing trash enclosures, and then there were, I think, maybe 5 remaining carts that were going to be screened with landscaping. Instead, now we've relocated those into a trash enclosure.
Okay.
That's
And
the
what
difference.
Gotcha. Okay, and then provide a lighting plan that will help deter any unwanted activity. And can you go to that lighting plan?
The main change with the lighting is really just relocating one of the poles next to a rear entrance of the building. So right now, zoom in. There's one light pole up here that we will retain, and then there's one in this area that's going to be relocated here, which we thought, obviously there's a conflict if why would we need to relocate it, but we thought it was also a better option for security to be near the rear entrance of the building.
Okay. Great, thanks. And then can you point out where all the entrances are off of this paseo?
There's just one right here.
Okay, and there's nothing towards the front of another building, even if it's not used?
No, and I mean, historically, well, I could get into it. Historically, the building, this was a rear entrance. The building owner, the previous building owner of this building did build these trash enclosures. Over time, there's been tenant improvements, and now there's office at the rear, restaurant at the front portion. But they did construct the trash initially.
Okay. And then I'll get you, Commissioner Lemick, just one more question here about the trash enclosures while we have it. Was there a study of building the trash enclosures on the other side, sort of towards the top, other side of the trash enclosure?
Over here?
Yeah.
You could put, you could put something up to this point. There are large windows here that I think go almost to the ground level, that look into this building. There's one here and then one further up. So there's some room. It wouldn't accommodate all of the remaining cans. We could relook at that. If that's more of the desired location, you just don't get as much room in that location.
All right. Thanks. Commissioner Lendick?
Yeah, I have several questions. Go to the site plan where you show the options for trash enclosures in the existing parking lot. So does that red square there satisfy the needs for all of the trash bins, et cetera, that are proposed for the Paseo?
It's roughly the same square footage as the others combined.
So when you look at that red square, I don't know what that might be in square footage, and you look at the rest of the Paseo, it doesn't, do you think that's a fair trade-off to take the whole Paseo for trash that could be contained within that red rectangle?
I think from the city's standpoint, my managers might want to chime in here, the just bigger picture, which has been mentioned before, it's very rare. The city doesn't typically build trash enclosures for private businesses. This is an issue all over the city. People run out of space. They're supposed to provide it on site. It's on the business owner. This is a rare case where we're actually proposing, okay, we can fit some more screening here. But from a bigger picture standpoint, to build a brand new large enclosure, it's not something we typically do.
But aren't you doing that in the Paseo?
We're doing it in a very, it's going to cost a lot less, and it contains an existing area where we don't feel like we're creating any new safety problem areas. It's much easier to construct where we have it. There's no new ADA path of travels. There's no grading required. There's no conflicts with an SCE vault. So we're looking at where can we add a little additional screening, to help the issue of screening the remainder of the cans.
The other question I have is, you reference safety issues with regard to crossing Figueroa Street from the parking lot. Why is there really a linkage between the loss of a Paseo and the safety issue? I mean, if the Paseo wasn't there, you still have a safety issue, and you still might be inclined to feel you had to do something about it. So linking the loss of a paseo to this crossing seems to me to be a reach. That's a comment, I realize, and it's a question, but you don't really need the paseo to do your safety work.
Question mark.
Question mark.
Sure, sure. So at one point in time, you may remember, we had this separated into two projects, because to your point, they could function independently. And we still want to address the issues in the Paseo, but we also think that this pedestrian access is really important. So you're right, they could function independently of each other.
Okay, other questions?
No, I have comments, but I'll.
Okay. Questions?
I have a tough time
Chair
separating.
Rumbine?
Yes.
Yes, I have a
Commissioner
question.
Ensberg.
Could you talk just a little bit more, you have already, but maybe just a little bit more about the trash and how it is assigned, since it appears that if it's supposed to be provided on-site, then this is not on-site, right?
Sure, I could go into a little bit of the history.
And also, sorry, how it's assigned, who all has their trash here?
And can you go over the site plan that shows that portion while you talk about that?
Yeah, I may have our environmental services representative come up, but I can speak to some of that. Sorry, which? did you want to see?
The site plan that shows that, the landscape plan that shows that area, just so while we're talking about all the
Oh,
enclosures.
these are the old plans, sorry.
that
I
we can
opened the
kinda
wrong
see.
plans. So.
Yeah, there we go. That works. Or
To your question about why are we bothering with the trash, historically, when parking lots have been developed, a lot of times, we're taking areas that might have been trash areas for private businesses. So the Paseo was developed, the parking lot was developed in 1964. The Paseo came after it in 1969. At that time, this was a back-of-house area. Still primarily is. I know it is a front of house for an office. And there was, with the original Paseo plan, a trash storage area on the plans. Over time, the business at 1031 State, where Mr. Valle owns the property now, they requested to build those trash enclosures at the rear to accommodate their trash. That happens sometimes, it's accommodated. They paid for the construction, they built it, and then the city, in the agreement, takes ownership of it and decides who can use it. That's all in the language of the encroachment agreement. So there is more than one business that gets to use those enclosures, and that's just from the original agreement. So those have remained since 1986. The blue storage cabinet was originally just that, a storage cabinet. It wasn't being used, and the city saw, we said, hey, we have some cans in here, let's assist these businesses. It's not being used, it's there, we don't need to construct it. It seemed like a win-win. So we've allowed businesses to store trash in that existing blue cabinet. So that's how those got there. The other option is to let the businesses figure out, if they can't screen their trash, they can propose new enclosures or figure out another solution. We're trying to help the businesses with that, but it's very rare because it's a trash capacity just keeps getting bigger with time and the requirements, and it's hard. You have to get paths of travel and all kinds of requirements. So we're trying to accommodate as much screening as we can in this location.
Thank you.
other questions? Yes.
Did you consider putting a roof on the trash enclosures to address the office building owners' concern?
That is an option that we could explore. There's just cans, so we can add a roof. If you start to put dumpsters, there used to be dumpsters in these. There are some other requirements for sprinklering, but they're cans at the time. So that's something that we could look at if that's the desire of the commission.
All right. Other questions?
I did have one other question. So when the trash comes, is picked up once a week, is that right? Or more often?
Commissioner, the trash in this situation currently, I believe, is picked up 3 times a week or more, but it can definitely go up to 6 days a week as needed for the businesses that are there using it.
Okay. And do they, does Marburg go into the Paseo and take the cans and drag them out to the truck? How does that work?
Yes, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Daniela. I work for Environmental Services. We work with Marburg and manage the contract with Marburg to help the businesses establish their waste services. And to answer your question, Commissioner, Marburg currently rolls out containers to the parking lot exit. They pull up to the parking lot and then roll the containers out from the gate to that parking lot exit.
To that area where we saw the truck that was parked illegally? So they
Correct.
come there and they go in, they get the cans, they drag them out, and then it goes into the truck, and then they put them back in?
Correct, and then they roll them back in.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner
Mr.
Jordan?
Chair, one more question. And I'm well aware that you have consistently gotten the message from us that we want to see the Paseo open. But over the long period of time, I'm guessing you've considered all kinds of options, including the one that Mr. Valle suggested, which was closing it off and creating a trash enclosure at one end. Have you given that kind of radical, and I'm using that word, it's a radical proposal, have you considered that? Is there an obvious problem that to it?
I'll try and take a stab at that one. So we've had a lot of meetings with this commission recently, and it's been very clear that the loss of the Paseo is not desirable. So that's where we're at a wrought iron gate.
Right.
It's a flexible option. You can still have security, but you can still have a Paseo. So with the option that was presented from Mr. Valle, it would completely close it, and it
I understand.
essentially becomes a
I
private area. So if that's something the commission wanted us to explore, but it seems like it's not what the goal was from this commission, so we haven't explored it because it essentially cuts off the Paseo.
All right. Any other questions?
One
before we move
more
into
question,
comments?
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
may.
Yes, Commissioner Jordan.
So the first speaker, the first public speaker, who has a it's not back of business, evidently it is his business. And he's talking about trash being brought in from businesses that aren't part of his purview whatsoever. So why? That's a question.
There we go. That was a real question.
Yeah.
And if you want, you can always use this microphone too, so you don't have to keep doing
I'll let
musical
Danielle
chairs.
Musical
speak to
chairs.
that, but I do know historically, for many, many years, that the city has leased the enclosures to more than one business because there's room to do so, and the language in the lease says that that's allowed by the city to choose who they lease the space to.
So then the question is this gentleman who spoke stuck with the problem? I mean, stuck with other people's trash on his front step?
I mean, I suppose another alternative is the enclosures, which contain his trash and his tenant's trash, could go away and everyone could find their own new solution.
Okay. But it's a problem. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything to add to that?
Yes, Commissioner. There is, as mentioned, just one business that is across the street, and they are currently using the existing enclosure space. That is one coffee shop. If that coffee shop is to be removed from that space and left to figure out their own situation on their end, I believe the problem would still continue. There is still businesses here who are near that alley and don't have screening for their containers and would still need a solution.
Let me ask just one more question with it. Are there more, is it my imagination, or are there more trash cans here in this proposal than are, are there more trash cans here, or is this just what is existing being housed?
This reflects what's existing. In the past, for many years. There's been dumpsters
Yeah,
back
okay.
there floating around in the Paseo, outside the Paseo. I mean, going way back. So in recent times, Environmental Services has been working really closely with the businesses to see where they can consolidate. Can we go to carts? Can we, really tidy it up? So it does reflect what's currently
Okay, yeah,
being leased right now.
all right.
Yeah, a
Commissioner
question. This trash enclosure must be accommodating all the businesses on State Street up to where Google is or Magnin was. I mean, everybody's dragging their stuff up to this enclosure. Question.
I have a list of addresses. It's primarily the buildings that do back to the Paseo, the bank on the corner. Mr. Valle has a restaurant tenant and an office tenant, and then there's 1025 State, which is right outside the Paseo, and then there's the Dune Coffee across the street.
Mr. Chair.
Okay,
I just
so,
want for
yeah,
decorum purposes.
Yeah, and we're gonna both got to move on into comments, and but if we can just get clarification from city staff here, and we can't keep going back and forth with public comment.
Yes, so the current users do range from Crossroads over to Dune Coffee. Given the agreements we have with the businesses, we do lease the space to businesses as needed, but it is pretty maxed out at the moment, so we don't expand that. Historically, it has been in the existing enclosures, the restaurant space next to Mr. Val's building, and then Dune. So we can put users in there as needed, but we don't have specific limitations on a range or address.
Gotcha. Okay, so,
A question.
okay, but we do have to move it along.
When the parking lot was developed in 1964, I believe,
64 was the lot, is
And-
my understanding.
those people that fronted State Street must have had access to the back of their buildings for trash. Did the city buy so much of the property for the parking lot that they eliminated the ability for those businesses to put their trash out the back door? Question. None of us are old enough to know.
I wasn't, yeah, I wasn't
Commissioner
around,
Lembeck.
so.
I don't have a comprehensive history of exactly which properties were acquired in order to create this parking lot. As Ms. Swanson noted, it's very common when we have acquired properties in the past that things like trash service, back of house, and occasionally private parking spaces are sort of subsumed into those lots. So I would assume that there was probably some of that, but I would also note that in 1964, State Street looked very different. I can't attest to how trash service was handled then, whether it might have been handled out at the front or somewhere different. I don't know enough to say
Forget I asked the question.
where that would
Yeah,
have been.
we'll have to move on and leave questions behind now. Okay, so I think we're good. All right, so now let's roll into comments. We do need to keep everything moving. So I would like everyone to focus, make sure they comment on especially considering what our last directives were, and also anything new, but considering the number of times that this project has been before us and the history of it, let's please also try to keep on the idea of converging direction and not changing direction for everything. So with that, who wants to start off? Commissioner Ely, you want to go take a crack?
Well, general comment, it's unfortunate that we find ourselves in this situation. But it sounds like it's been going on since just when I got out of my diapers. So.
You contributed to the trash.
Yeah, in some way, I'm sure. So it's unfortunate that we find ourselves here, but here we are. With the idea that this back of house, which became a public paseo, now is going somewhat to return to a back of house, I'm comfortable with a gate on either end. And I'm somewhat comfortable that that gate be accessible to those who need to get accessibility to it. But I'm uncomfortable with the fact that public property becomes semi-private. And so I think that that's a land ownership issue. Maybe we should just give the land back to the owners so they can deal with their trash. I like the idea that you've carried the paving all the way through so that it's consistent, because patchwork is just, it never gets fixed. It's unfortunate that that city staff allowed Edison, who thinks they're God, but they're not actually, to land a transformer in the middle of city property in a way that compromises this Paseo even further. So I would hope that a note is taken and some kind of oversight is given to future locations, so we don't have another Paseo that gets an overnight transformer in the middle of it. It's unfortunate that the main entry to a business is now in the back of a building. That seems to be bad design. And that unfortunate that the entry is now witness to a cluster of trash cans. Screened or not screened, it's still challenging, because I could imagine if you've got a client coming in your front door and the Marburg guy is dragging the trash out, dripping stuff all the way back and back again, it just doesn't sound right to me. But as we say, we're here now and we've got to try and solve the problem. To the degree that landscaping can help, I'd strongly encourage that. So the current plan, I think, is good. There might be a few more things that could be done to help screen this this unsightly back-of-house stuff. I am interested in moving this forward. It's been hanging around the HLC desk since 2015. It seems like we ought to get something done and get on to the next thing we need to review.
All right.
Chair
Who wants to
Grobline,
go next? Yes.
if I may, for the
Please, Ms.
commissioners,
Austin.
Tava Ostringer, Assistant City Attorney. I just wanted to speak to a couple of Commissioner Uli's comments, because I hear the frustration through the comments and also through the questions regarding trash and operations. I just want to be clear that when you're giving your comments, that it's conducive to help staff come forward, because the operations of the city is not within this board's purview, which I know you all know. So how the city leases its property with regards to where the trash is really a contractual issue that is up to the department. However, how it's screened is important, and it's what staff wants to hear. Obviously, we can't give the property back, how we dispose of public property. There's some state laws that we can't, but it's a creative idea. So I just wanted to put that out there as you're going through your comments, that you understand what our limitations are as staff.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner, sorry, I thought I saw a commissioner down here. Does someone wanting to jump in? Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Drury.
Yeah, so I agree with Commissioner Uli's comments, and I would like to see this push along further without selling any city property back to the owners. I'm concerned that the Paseo, when it is opened back up, as it should never have been closed with those pillars and that transformer, when it's opened back up, I would like to see both the pathway, which is about a third or less the width of the existing Paseo, but I'd like to see them both open. Obviously, the one along the parking lot is going to be open all the time, but the other one should be at least open during the day, and to preclude any nighttime activities that are unsanitary. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, I saw, I saw Commissioner Len McLean forward, so
Okay.
I'll let him have the floor here.
First off, I don't believe we should change our last motion and action one iota. That's number one. Number two, maybe the city attorney can answer this. If the Paseo happens to be on the city's general plan circulation element, what does it take to remove it from public access? Interesting question, I think. I just don't believe that we are being given the full effort of Public Works to solve this problem. A couple of years ago, we told them, if you want to get rid of this paseo, give us a paseo of equal size on the west side of the existing building. And they've given us a walkway with some planting, which is nowhere near equal size. So they have not been really fair and responsive to our requests. And I just don't believe that we should give up anything along this line.
Okay.
A thing, nothing.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
Well, there are two projects here. There's the pedestrian path and the paseo. I have no problem with the pedestrian path. That's an appropriate improvement. The paseo, the objective was to make it more attractive and make it safer. Now, the police weighed in and said there are a lot of issues with safety here and people hiding this and that. Well, the same claim could be made for any paseo in town at some point. So, if we take this to its logical conclusion, every paseo will fall. So, I don't think that that is the solution. Clearly, there are things that lend themselves to making it a hazardous location. The columns, clearly the transformer, but I don't think we're going to do anything about that, and the trash enclosures. I wish I had said something about trees last time. I don't support taking out the trees, and I don't see that they provide a space for somebody to hide behind, really, and I think they add a humanizing element to the paseo. So I support the trees. But, I just do not support fencing this paseo off, and I do not feel that if our objective is to make this, to improve it, that means that the trash can should not be in a paseo. And I took my smart level out to the parking lot after we had our meeting the other day. Yeah, there are issues, but the site I think would be best for the trash enclosure, if we want to go back to that image that showed the areas that you investigated. It would take some repaving, but it's entirely doable. Basically, where the text block visually obstructs paseo entrance, there's 2 palm trees and a planter there, and if you could have a sizable.
Hold on, can you hover over that? Make sure that right there.
You could have you'd lose 2 parking spaces or something, but you could have a sizable enclosure there, stucco, plantings around it. It could be an attractive feature in the parking lot. It does not obstruct the view of the paseo at all, which I think is an important objective, not to obstruct the view of it. There may be issues with an access path, but I don't think so. I think it's doable. And then, the pedestrian counts, I wish you would stop bringing those up because, yeah, we already agree that the pedestrian path is needed, but, those counts were taken, and I think you've had different counts at different meetings, but of course nobody's going to walk through a paseo that has chain link fence at either end or is unsafe. So, if it were a safe, desirable place to walk, the numbers could be quite different. So, I think those are all my points. I cannot support this project, and I know what's being suggested means an increase in the budget for it, but I can't vote for it either just because the money's not there, and, it's just sliding further and further in the wrong direction. So I have to be very blunt about it because it's just not supportable right now. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Butler.
very briefly. In general, support the comments. First of all, I think the pedestrian walkway, the new changes to the parking lot, that's all acceptable. That's fine. Like was previously stated, you really do have 2 projects here. Parking lot's great. Crossing lines are always, can't be too safe, so that's fine. Regarding what we're calling a paseo, if it's not open to the public, it's not a paseo. period. It has to be open to the public. And just real quickly to support some of the other comments, the trash bins have to go someplace else, regardless. They can't go in a paseo for all the reasons the owners and the users, as people pass through there, et cetera. So I think the trash bins are a non-negotiable. They have to move. I also just question a little bit the lighting. I brought this up on the site visit the other day. Inside the paseo, you've got just 2 tall verticals with lights on the top. I think additional lighting to make it a paseo would ensure safety and increase the usability of it as well. I sort of differ on the London plane tree. I think it could be removed because it would open it up even further. I recognize the sacredness of trees, okay? So, but I think that might be optional. So I think you have 2 projects. I think the trash bins need to be relocated and it needs to be made open to the public.
All right. Commissioner Jordan?
Very briefly, I want to echo the comments of my fellow commissioners, in particular Commissioner Howells. I cannot support this project. We're dealing with a lot of state-driven planning policies these days that are pushing us towards more transit riders and fewer parking spaces downtown. With the MTD Center on this lot, this is a crucial block, so this has to be solved. If that involves a radical, different strategy, I'm willing to entertain that. But this is one of those policies right now. Typically, these kinds of things are described as either the community loses or a private business loses. In this case, both the community and a private entity are losing. So I cannot support this project right now.
All right. Other commissioners? Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes.
Is your mic on?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good.
Well, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for all the work. Let's get this happening. It's been enough time. I think it's not as difficult as it seems. I totally agree with Commissioners House, Butler, and Dordan. I absolutely think that this should be a paseo, not a yard. And I think that opening it up without the fences and just opening it up, as you have already shown, I support many of the things that you've already done and that have already been stated, taking the columns away, making the paving. I don't think, the transformer is a transformer. Just let it be, it's just there. So let it alone, enhance the things that are there. The gentleman who has the entrance to his place has done a good job of trying to make it be as beautiful as possible. And I think we're trying to encourage more access and more activity off of our paseos. We're known for our paseos and these beautiful paseos, so let's make them beautiful and let's have more interesting access from businesses off of them, like there used to be at the Arlington Paseo back there before they put trash cans all over there as well. So, and it's about fencing. I just don't think fencing is the solution. We have seen a lot of projects coming forth with fencing as a solution to our problem. I don't think that's the solution. Are we going to put fencing around the sunken gardens at the courthouse? I mean, we have other issues that need to be dealt with in other ways, so I don't think that the fencing is the answer. And then I do support keeping the trees. I think that they help to add to the aesthetic and to the garden nature of this paseo. I do not support taking the planter out that's on the west side there between the two existing, the little lean-to and the other trash existing. There's a planter there, just keep it and, renovate it a bit and bring some more plants in and just make it a pretty open space to walk through. And part of our paseo system that in our master plan that we are working on now as the city will be something that is, much more enhanced. All of our paseos could use some help. So I think, trash is the big deal, and so is Edison. Everybody's got how many computers? How much electricity does everybody use? This is on all of us. The trash is the same thing. It's taking over our world. So, we need to figure out how to deal with the trash. And I like the idea of it being put into the parking lot, not in front of our beautiful buildings. That's the last place we want to put trash. So I guess I've said enough, and I appreciate the comments of the other commissioners. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Okay, so if we can go back to our original comments, I'll finish off with my comments. I think everyone is in agreement. I've heard on in terms of the pedestrian portion of the project, the pedestrian crossing portion. I think that it seemed pretty universal in terms of in favor of it. There's obviously been there's some at least differing of some opinions, but I'll try to get some of the things that I'm where I'm landing on it. So when we say the clearing of the Paseo in general with the column, all the clutter, I think one of the things is in my mind that's a visual with problematic spaces like this, and part of it's just because of its location and not enough foot traffic and all those other things, and then part of it's the visual non-safety because you can't see through to the further distance. So I was definitely in support of getting rid of that middle tree. I wasn't. The side trees don't as much aren't I don't think an issue really because they're off to the side, so you have visual clarity through, and maybe that could be replaced with something off to the side in terms of a planting. So I think that, in my opinion, that still hasn't been resolved, and per our direction. The columns and trellis, transformer, the paving pattern, in my opinion, and everyone else's too, extending the paving pattern through was a definite benefit and looks great. Definitely helps to improve it. The further trash further move the trash enclosures and other enclosures to the parking lot so the Paseo is clear and visible. So you took a shot at trying to get it to work along here. I think it visually, especially because the additional space that current trash enclosures need, it is turning it really into a trash enclosure alley. And I think that this design, it just doesn't work for that. It really magnifies all the trash. And so I think there still seems to be a potential, even though it's very odd, or that the city typically doesn't build trash enclosures in that. But I think that there do seem to be other potential spots that would still allow this Paseo to be a Paseo and not turn it into a trash enclosure. So I think that still hasn't been answered. And then the lighting, I think that, as other commissioners have noted, I think we need to add even more lighting. The 2 poles, there was 2 lights, and now there's 2 lights, and they're nicer, but and maybe in a little bit better location. But I think lighting is going to be part of the potential success of this. As a personal example, we had in our office had a big porch and in a historic building, and it tends to be camped out on, and we got a light that just shines down and illuminates a nice door, and the problem went away. So people stopped camping out there. So I think lighting can do a lot, especially at nighttime, both for safety and also just as a deterrent. So especially down lighting. So I think that needs to be still part of it, or additional lighting. And then I think those are the main concerns. The other question, which is Paseo as a public access thing, I think is also important. I'm supportive of the gates as you are having them, and I'd say the straight ones for me, but others might have. But I do think the wrought iron gates visually are good, or beautiful as a nice design. The question of whether the public and private question, I think, is still a good one and still needs to be answered. And my hope is, with all this opening, even though it's a troublesome Paseo, it's a hard one because there's not a lot of people that go through it. With the openings up of these things, that hopefully that would help to solve the problem, and then maybe those gates won't be needed at that point. Or maybe they only are needed at night for safety. But that's where I'm landing on it. There's a range, I think, of the commissioners, some who think those gates shouldn't be there at all, and some who are in support of it. So I think that there's a range there. But I think it was pretty universal, not supported in terms of the trash enclosure solution.
Chair Grobine?
Yeah.
I had forgotten to mention, just like we're seeing regarding lighting, as we see on State Street right now, they've added lighting throughout the street. And just at night, when all those lights are twinkling away, it's very attractive. if there was something like that, overhead Tivoli lighting that was strung through this Paseo and was on at night, I have a feeling it would not only solve the problem of the attractive nuisance, but it would also be a way that people recognize that that's a place they can walk. You know, we need more, I would love to see a sign on the wall of the building like we've seen in Europe, where, you know, it could even be our painted, beautiful signs like at the courthouse that says Paseo to Figueroa Street. It would be up on the wall that people would see, and then that in conjunction with this lighting, I think then begins to solve the problem of making this a beautiful, attractive place that people will want to walk through. The part about this parking lot, that's just a whole different deal. You know, you have to have that. You have to have proper access from a parking lot, so that totally makes sense. This is just this whole other animal that's part of our romantic city, I'll call it. So I just wanted to mention that as just, instead of just having these two pole lights or whatever, you know, to really embrace it as a Paseo, and that could help to solve these problems that we're trying to solve.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair House.
I would suggest it might be useful to have a straw poll vote on gates or no gates, because it's a little ambiguous right now. And so, I mean, I thought I heard that pretty much everybody was against having any gates, but you're open to them, so we should be pretty clear about how many people support.
Sure, yeah, let's do a straw poll on gates. Gates, the idea of gates versus no gates, I know we've asked for the wrought irons for see-through and that, but this direction of gates versus no gates.
Apart from whether or not they're locked or they have,
Yeah.
you know, controls on them, just gates versus no gates.
Sure, all right, so all those for gates?
I'm comfortable with gates.
Comfortable with gates?
It's just you and me.
Okay, all right. No gates, just for the clarity? Okay, so it's emergency, yeah, okay, so let me try to take let me try to take a shot at some.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
why don't we make a motion? And see it flies.
Okay, do you, sorry, we'll pause and let you say something first before.
Sure, thank you. I didn't mean to cut you off, Commissioner Lenvick, but I kind of see, I think we're all seeing where we're at. It doesn't take a genius. Can I propose, if it would please the commission, it seems that there's unanimous support for the sidewalk entrance kind of relocation component. Everybody seems to be fine with that, if I'm not mistaken.
In the parking lot?
The entrance, yeah, and the
The
crossing.
pedestrian crossing.
The pedestrian crossing.
And sidewalk.
The other side of
Yeah.
this, yeah, as you
Other half
said,
the project.
the other project with this project. Is there a mechanism by which, and these have gone back and, you know, separate together, is there an opportunity for us to separate with the idea that, so we can move forward with that project, also knowing that the other project involved is a Paseo? There obviously needs to be some more work that you're suggesting that we look into. We continue to move forward on that process and work with you in that regard. But at least in this sense, we're addressing, whether it's 1,000 or if the Paseo was open 500, it's still an unsafe situation that needs to be fixed. We split these two and move forward, and we can come back at the next meeting or if you can do it this way.
Yeah,
that's kind
so
of
I
a
guess it would be a
testosterone
question to staff
question.
as well.
If we need to come back to the next meeting with final approval for the crosswalk component, and then we can give you an update on what we've done on the Paseo component.
So,
Chair Grumbine, to that question, yeah, we'd need to split them on the agenda, split them internally, and then bring them to you separately, because the project design approval is a single appealable action, so we need to split those projects. We can bring them back separately if that's the desire that we're hearing from the commission. Really quickly, with regards to, I know there was conversations with the aesthetics of the gate, so I appreciate the commissioners separating that out. There was the question of, can you close it? It's a public property. Yes, the city can close its property. We do it for parks. We have closure times. It's part of our health and safety issues that we regulate. So yes, we can close it at certain times if we need to for health and safety reasons. So I hope that kind of answered that question.
sure.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, hold on just one second. So
trying.
I want to know a little bit more about the splitting aspect of it. So would we be able to make a motion that gave the positive comments of the design direction for that one half of it separately, not as a design approval thing, because it hasn't been separated out and listed that way. But is there a way of doing it so that we at least capture in the record that we are in favor of this design in general as it's submitted, and then have a separate motion?
Mr. Chair.
Hold on, Commissioner.
Point of order.
What's the point of order?
This commission, several meetings ago, very clearly said, we don't want to see a split because we will get sandbagged if we give them approval to do the walkway along the west side of the Gissig building and not link it to getting a Paseo where the Paseo is. We were specific about that.
Okay.
And now we're saying, okay, go ahead and give us a plan that may be deficient in an equal trade-off, and then we get down the road 5 months and we don't get a
Commissioner
Paseo.
Levick, how is that a point of order?
Well,
I'm serious.
It sounded good.
Yeah, that's a comment to be discussed, but that's not a point of order. So, all right.
We're doing a disservice to the people in the audience.
Commissioner Lenvik, we're trying to move the meeting along, so please. So I want to know what we can do and what we can't for this, and just to understand it.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair House.
I would just like to observe that the reason that after they were split apart, we had them recombined is because we had no idea of how soon the issue of the chain link
Sure,
fence would
and
be
actually, if we can
addressed.
pause that, I just
Okay.
want to understand what the mechanism is first
Well,
before
exactly.
we can, and then we can have that
Okay.
discussion and go forward one way or the other with however we want to do it. Because I think those are all good, important discussions, but we need to first understand what it is that we can do here, or is it just we're dealing with this as a whole and just make the motions as a whole per this, and maybe we can put our notes in there, but we shouldn't be doing anything else separately, or we can't do
I
anything
agree.
else separately.
That's what we should be doing, is just giving it an indefinite continuance and
Yeah.
comments on the different parts of it. And then they need to return with, how can we be assured that they will move ahead with the
Sure,
Passaic?
but just in terms of what we can and can't do, is there a mechanism, or is it not?
Chair Grumbine, Commissioners, so you could, the way it would work would be a motion, but you would identify each piece, however you want to identify that, the Paseo versus the pedestrian pathway. Make your comments as to each, and that way, it's a great way to do the motion as well, so it's clear to staff when they're addressing the comments that they're making sure they're addressing each piece.
Okay, yeah, I just want to understand that sort of our way of going forward. Now,
And
all right.
part of my interruption, Mr. Chair, and this is also for our Assistant City Attorney, and just curious, in part of that motion and the direction, at least for the project, the portion that's more supportable, could they include that it could go to consent, like which direction, or if it had to go to full board, can they make that comment in terms of how it could be processed if there were no issues? And I'm just trying to think of, again, moving something along if it doesn't have a major issue with the commission.
Generally, how the projects are presented or brought together, whether they're a single project or they're separated out, is really the applicant's decision. So to that question of consent, I think just allowing staff to decide if they do decide that they want to split the projects, to come back and make that decision whether they want to try and go forward with consent, as opposed to making that call right today.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now to the commission to discuss this and to make a motion. And I think that discussion of splitting the project versus not, I think is a good important one for what has happened in the past, and how we may or may not be comfortable with things going forward. So,
Well,
Vice-
I would
Vice
just
Chair.
say that since Commissioner Lenvik began to make a motion, I would like to hear, in light of the conversation we just had, how he would like to make his motion.
Okay, Commissioner Lenvik.
I'll make a motion that we continue indefinitely with the following comments. Comment 1 from our prior meeting, comment 2 from our prior meeting, comment 3 from our prior meeting, comment 4 from our prior meeting, and comment 5 from our prior meeting. Nothing has changed. That'll be my motion.
Would you
Okay.
include comments, favorable comments on the other part of the project, which is the pedestrian crossing and the parking lot entrance changes?
No, because I feel that our prior action, many meetings ago, said that if you're going to come back to us with something, come back to us with an equal paseo and link them so that we don't lose one. But let them come back and do what they want to do. I mean, if they want to change it, fine. I have a project before us, and I don't think it's worth spending another 2.5 hours on it in the future. Tell them it's not acceptable, and don't bring it back to us until it is.
Okay, there's a motion on the table. Is there a second? All
I
right,
think I
hearing
would
none.
be inclined to make a substitute motion.
Oh, well, there wasn't a second, so I don't think there's a need for us to have.
Okay.
And, okay, just making sure, is there any second? Okay, motion dies. All right, back to the commission for discussion and/or another motion.
So I will make a motion, which would basically be what Commissioner Lenvick said, but in addition, I would say that the commission supports the other half of the project as presented,
The
being
pedestrian.
the pedestrian crossing of the street and the parking lot entrance changes.
Second.
Second.
All right, I heard Commissioner Butler second it first. Would under discussion, would you change that in 4 to at least acknowledge that the simplifying and unifying of the pavement pattern has been done and is
Yeah.
acceptable?
Well-
Or is going in the right direction at least, because depending on where
Well, they did that, so
Yeah.
I mean, when they come back for PDA, yeah, it's acknowledged that you did that.
And that, okay. And then there is, in there is the removal of the trees, and you were officially the Lorax that
Might
was
be
fighting
a
for the
straw
trees.
vote item
So,
again.
Okay.
Just so you know, what support there is for that.
Okay, and they've heard the discussion. And then, okay, any other comments, discussion?
Just if we're supporting or a support for the removal of the London plane tree, I would support that.
Okay.
So why don't you pose a
Oh, yeah, okay, so a straw vote on the removal, maybe we'll stick with the London plane tree, because that seems to be the one that the most people are hating on. All right, so all those in favor of removing the central London plane tree? And with, I should say, and also with providing other landscape off to the side, however that might be. Okay, I see 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against removing the London plane tree? 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's a split on it. And with our landscape architect not weighing in.
Yeah.
All right, so that now at least is there for the
Very good
record. All right. Any other discussion on the motion?
One question I have, Chair Grumbine, would we want to say anything about how, if they chose to, how it might be approved? Could it be moved forward as approval? Could it be approved?
Oh, you mean the other part of
Yeah,
the
if
split?
the part, yeah, the project that, in an effort to help them move this forward, is there a way we can indicate to them that they might get, concept or
I don't think we
preliminary
have
or-
to
You don't
indicate
have
that
to
to
do
them.
that.
They
It's
can
their choice.
propose that
Okay.
to staff, and
Okay,
staff
I'm
can
just trying to
handle
help
that.
them.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
All right, any other discussion before we go to vote? All right. Please have, if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Chair Grumbine?
Oh, yes.
Sorry, could we just have the commission secretary give a general read back of the motion?
Sure.
So everyone's clear?
Oh, you lawyers.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. So it stands right now as continue indefinitely with the following comments. And the comments are taken from the previous motion. The commission thanks staff for the continued work on the project. The commission finds this particular design not acceptable as proposed. The proposal to close the Paseo to the public and create new Paseo is not acceptable, as the new Paseo is not equivalent to the old. And then the multiple commissioners find that the potentially acceptable design would include clearing out and opening the existing facade to the public. This includes the removal of the trees, removal of the columns of the trellis, but leaving the transformer in the place and simplifying and unifying the pavement pattern. Further, move the trash enclosures and other enclosures to the parking lot so that the paseo is clear and visible. Provide a lighting plan that will help deter any unwanted activity. And then additionally, the majority of the commission is fighting for the paseo. The commission supports the other half of the project as presented, being the pedestrian walkway and parking lot entrance.
Good.
Chair Grunbein, what about the trees? We did a straw
Well,
vote.
he took the motion from before, so.
Yeah, but-
Right now, those trees are out of there.
But we haven't voted yet.
No,
What's that?
they'll come back
That's
with a
right.
proposal, what they plan to do with the trees.
Okay, all right, I'm just checking.
Just make sure that the Lorax friends are here when they do come back. All right. Can we have that, now that we're all clear, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Chair Grunbein. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Yes?
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Abstain?
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grunbein.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for all your hard work. Your continued hard work. All right. All right. We are on to item 2,
Can we take a 5-minute
5-minute recess.
environmental break?
Okay, 5-minute environmental break. All right, we are on to item 2. Ooh, I like that idea.
No, you're not doing that one. You love it.
That'll be so fun. All right, item 2, 1713 Laswen Road. This is a request to consider adopting resolution 2023-02, designating the American Colonial Revival style structure constructed in 1921, a historic structure of merit. So, welcome. And so, if you could actually, we'll probably go to Nicole for the historic significance report. Oh, yeah, sorry. Why don't you introduce yourselves for the record, and then we'll.
I'm Adam Graham.
Oh, sorry. There we go.
That's all right. I'm Adam Graham, the owner.
Okay.
I'm Risa Hong. I'm the director.
All right. Welcome. So now we will go first with the historic significance report, and then go from there. All right.
So
Do
thank
Ms.
you,
Hernandez.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners. We are looking today at the nomination of 1713 Laswen Road as a structure of merit at the request of the owner. The building is, oh, I have the wrong address there, sorry about that. But it was constructed in 1923 in the American Colonial Revival style. And to provide some context, this is just up on the Riviera, located just up the street from El Encanto Hotel. And El Encanto was the first real major development on the Riviera. This advertisement was from the 1920 city directory that I found when I was looking for first owners on Laswen Road. This was one of the first houses on Laswen. The first ones were actually built that were noted in the city directories were had people living in them in 1922 at 1726 and 1730 Laswen, and this one had occupants in it in 1923. And then by 1931 Sanborn map, there were 6 houses on Laswen Road. As you can see, it does still retain much of its character-defining features on the front elevation. It has all the original wood windows, the original broken pediment entry, and the really distinctive gambrel roof shape and massing. And it does qualify under Criterion 3 as it embodies distinctive characteristics of the early 20th century American Colonial Revival style house. This is a style that is in our style guide adopted by the Commission as important style to our architectural repertoire. This style really came into popularity at the 100th anniversary of the nation in the late 1800s when this Colonial Revival style grew into huge popularity and became a massive movement across the whole country. It was one of the strongest house styles of the first half of the 20th century, dominating architecture in America and leaving a lasting impression on house design. Although in Santa Barbara, it wasn't quite as popular as, like, for instance, on the East Coast. due to our favoring of the Spanish colonial revival style and craftsman styles, but nonetheless, it's really important to our architectural repertoire, and it really helped them. It really was part of the trend to move away from those ornate Victorian styles, where you started to first see the stripping of the mixing of the colonial with the Queen Anne and the Queen Anne Free Classic, and then moving more to these really strict reproductions of colonial architecture. They were made popular through many pattern books and photograph books that were coming out at the time. And these are two other examples of the style in Santa Barbara from the Style Guide. And some of the character-defining features are the gambrel roof, the strict adherence to symmetry, and the broken pediment entrance, of which, here are some more of the details from our Style Guide, of which this house does have. It has the side gambrel roof, the symmetrical facade, the solid wood paneled door with the distinctive segmented pediment held up by classical columns, and the central entrance that gives it that bilateral symmetry, the wood small divided lights that do reference colonial architecture because they didn't have the big panes of glass that we had later, as well as operable shutters that actually fit the openings, and brick chimneys. And I always distinguish that because in the 50s there was a trend to throw on those little shutters that don't fit the openings or work. They make me crazy. Anyway, actually, Commissioner Uli gave me a copy of the Small Homes of Architectural Distinction, and this is from that book. This was published in 1929 by the Architects Small House Service Bureau, and they did feature these as a really wonderful alternative for moderate income homes. And as we have been talking about in many of our designations, this movement really helped bring higher quality homes to the American city's streetscapes, and Santa Barbara was a big proponent of that. And finally, it also does have some of the distinctive sandstone, so popular, especially on the Riviera and in Santa Barbara, due to our abundance of the stone and our wonderful cadre of expert masons that cut it so beautifully and lined our streetscapes with it, really making Santa Barbara distinctive in California. And yes, the house does qualify to under Criterion 3 for designation as a structure of merit. And that concludes the
All right, thank you. All right, if that concludes the presentation, we'll go to public comment. Any members of the public in this room wishing to comment on this item?
I do.
Okay, have you got speakers up? Great.
Still got a card.
Okay, perfect.
Sit up there because I'm 92, I don't walk too fast.
Yes.
Have a seat here, that's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Come on up.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
It's interesting. I never knew all that stuff was going on in Upper Sale. I know a lot about garbage cans.
All right, if you could introduce yourself for the record, and then maybe we'll get you on the next Paseo garbage can design review board.
Anyway, you invited me. You sent me a blue thing saying, my name is Richard Curtis. And I'm kind of old. I lived in a house next door at 1717 La Swin. I lived there about 50 years. That is the god-awful, ugliest garage. He showed you the pretty picture of the house. They didn't show you much of that ugly garage. Now, they're going to tear it down. It's 25 feet from my window. It's about 1.5 feet from my property line. I'd like to see it go into something that makes the house better looking. But I don't want it on with the construction to be so close to my property line. I thought there was a 10-foot setback somewhere in Santa Barbara. That's maybe 3, maybe 4. I've got I don't have a pretty picture. I was a General Manager, Vice
Just-
President of
sorry,
Raytheon.
just one-
I used to have 2 dog and
Sorry,
pony
excuse me, sir.
shows.
Just one thing. I think you're probably going to be talking about the next item, which is the actual design of it. This is just the historic structures report portion.
Okay,
So
well, I can-
if you want, you can, we can table
Yeah.
it, or, yeah, you can just sit here,
Yeah.
and then we'll get to all that with the design. 'Cause
No need to get up.
Yeah. So just, if you.
Oh, I can get up, but I don't know how far
No,
I'll get.
did you have any comments in particular on the historic report for now? Just the historic report side of things, not the project yet. So did you have anything to comment on the historic report, or are you good with that?
I'm sorry, what kind of report is it?
The historic structures report that the city historian just went over, the presentation that was just done about the history of the house.
It's in support of a designation as a structure of merit.
Well, I didn't see any plans of the garage.
Yeah, that's a
problem with
separate,
the garage, not
that's a
the house.
separate agenda item.
Yeah, so,
That's the permit. They wanted to tear that ugly garage down on Favor Road. I just want to know what's going to take its place because it's 20 foot from my bedroom window.
sure,
We'll soon
absolutely.
see.
That'll be the item, next item. Yep, so, okay. So if you don't mind holding on, so is there any other public comment in the room for the historic structures report? And not seeing any, we can go to virtual.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. If anyone participating virtually would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we'll call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and then we did not receive any written correspondence for this, so back to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so to the commission for any questions about the historic structures report? All right.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a
Vice Chair?
motion.
All right, Vice Chair House.
A motion to adopt Resolution 2023-02 designating the American Colonial Revival style structure, a historic structure of merit.
Second.
Well, that was a three-way tie.
Take your pick.
All right, well, you usually second, and Commissioner Drury does a lot too, so we'll let Commissioner Ensberg, as the newest commissioner, take this one. Or second newest now. All right, so with Commissioner Ensberg seconding it, under discussion, any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Ridley.
while I think in general we need to kind of raise the bar for designation of structures of merit and landmarks, because otherwise we should just get the phone book out and designate the entire town. Well, there's some support, I guess. This particular house is unique in the sense that we don't have many of them, which I think
And it's in really good shape.
causes it to rise to the level of structure of merit. And it's a great example, save the garage, of this particular style of building. So I totally support it.
Yeah, and I should say, of existing historic fabric.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Uli. Any other comments? All right, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Butler,
Yes?
Commissioner Lenvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes?
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And if, now that it's official, we can give you,
Take care of the paperwork right away.
give you your designation. Thank you very much, and
Thank you for
your-
caring about your house. and
Yes,
Caring enough to get it designated.
yes. All right, so we are on to item 3, which is same address, and this is the American Colonial House style house we're just going over, and the project includes demolition of the existing garage and workshop to be replaced with a new garage and workshop with a new 270 square foot gym below and 2 upper floor additions comprised of 126 square foot mechanical room and 156 square foot bath. The proposed total of 4,200 square feet on a 13,600 square foot lot is 100% of the maximum required floor to lot area ratio. Planning Commission review and approval is required for a setback modification to allow the non-conforming garage and workshop to be replaced in generally the same location and for a maximum floor area modification. Okay, no final appealable action will be taken place at this meeting. The project compatibility findings and major alteration findings would be required for a project design approval. And B, requesting acceptance of a memo to the Secretary of the Interior Standards prepared by the city architectural historian, Nicole Hernandez, which concludes the project, the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior Standards for rehabilitation. Therefore, project impacts on the significant historic resources would be less than significant, Class 3. As we often do, we have them in two parts. So the first part is going to be reviewing the project, Part A, and then if it's if the design is being found acceptable, then we'll go to Part B to accept the memo from architectural historian Nicole Hernandez. Okay, so with that, we'll have, if you would state your name again for the record, and you'll have up to 15 minutes to present your project.
Mr. Chair, we do have some staff comments after they introduce themselves for the record.
Okay, great. We'll go to staff for comments, and then you'll have 15 minutes to present your project.
Can we introduce?
Yeah.
I'm Adam Graham, the owner.
I'm Risa Han, the drafter.
Okay.
Hi, neighbor.
All right, welcome, and to staff.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. My name is Pilar Plummer, Associate Planner with the City of Santa Barbara. And I'm just going to provide a little bit of context as this project does require Planning Commission approval of modifications. The project has an initial review by staff and several modifications were identified. As currently designed, the project includes demolition of the existing garage and workshop, which are considered legal non-conforming to the required 30-foot front setback and the 10-foot interior setback. The applicant is proposing to replace the garage and workshop with a slightly larger setback. However, given the footprint of the existing residence, the structure will still be located within the front and interior setback, just with a slightly increased setback. So we are looking for comments regarding the aesthetic appropriateness of that encroachment. As well, the building will increase in height within those setbacks. In addition, a maximum floor area modification is requested. For context, residences on lots less than 15,000 square feet are subject to the maximum floor area standard. And when a building exceeds 25 feet in height, which is the case with this residence, they're limited to 85% of the maximum allowable floor area on the lot rather than 100%. So the existing residence is considered legal non-conforming at 101% right now. The residence is allowed to maintain its nonconformity relative to floor area. However, modification is still required specifically in this case because they are proposing new additions at the upper floor to accommodate a new bathroom and that mechanical room, as well as an increase in height at the garage level. Staff is tentatively in support of all modifications requested. However, we are looking for feedback from the HLC as far as aesthetic appropriateness of the modifications, overall neighborhood compatibility, and also if story poles are necessary for the proposed upper floor additions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so with that, would you like to?
I'm proposing a major restoration and renovation of the Colonial Revival home located at 1713 LaSwain. When our family purchased the property on LaSwain, we knew there were significant issues with the home. It is a mid-1920s build and has issues associated with the original construction and, more importantly, with the lesser quality additions from the 40s, the 50s, and the 80s. The modifications to the original home include enclosing a second-floor deck, additions to a second-floor bedroom, a small powder room, and, of course, the current garage. The garage and its rear workshop area are unsafe in construction, and frankly, they look like they were originally built with leftover timbers from Stearns Wharf. I wouldn't be caught dead parking a car or utilizing any of that space.
They've been dead for many years.
Yeah,
Oh, and although we'll get to, after we get the presentation, then we'll get to a public comment, at which time you'll have your 2 minutes. Okay.
The changes to the house do not appear to me to complement the original architecture and are in general of a much lower quality of construction. The garage was built 21 inches from the west property line and encroaches 4 feet into the front yard setback. I'm proposing to build a new garage and relocate it out of the front yard setback and push it another 2 feet from the side yard setback. We can't reduce the size of the garage any further and comply with the 20-foot interior width of a 2-car garage. I had proposed and got some feedback that that was not a good idea of a narrower garage to get it even further off the side yard setback. So at the moment, the garage is proposed to be pushed into the house an additional 2 feet. So there's a nice original library that's going to lose some interior square footage in order to pull the garage back off the street and push it more towards the center of the house. We'd also like to lower the garage floor to the same level as the main floor. It's currently about 30 inches higher, so you access it via a set of stairs, which is also a little awkward. The garage is designed, the current garage that we've got proposed is designed in the same style with the same cladding materials as the main house. So I would really like it to look like it could have potentially been built original with the house in the 20s. It currently has a flat roof, but I would like to add a gambrel style roof. I'm also proposing to remove, as I said, that small portion of the library in order to accommodate, I guess, the repositioning of the garage and get it off the property line. The proposed floor plan changes, so if we could look at that on A4. So we're going to look at the back of the house, at least the elevation, which is the worst of it. So it's this, yeah, she's hovering over it, right there. Let's see. So these are the 1950s additions for the most part. The garage was from the 40s. So I want to remove the glass walls from that wonderful deck. It's now conditioned space that was permitted. I don't know why. It is like a furnace in there. Let's see here. There is also the second story, or sorry, it's the third story bedroom, which is that really tall element. Again, she's, Risa, it's right here. You just hover over that. So that second story or third story bedroom element is a good 30 feet from the grade level in the back, and that whole facade, if you will, is quite hideous and is not original to the house. So I would like to make it more appropriate with the original build by adding a gambrel roof and actually tapering it in and reducing it in overall bulk. Let's see, the current master bathroom and closet are tiny, and they are awkwardly shaped rooms. I realize that my current FAR is at 101%, and I'm trying to reduce that down, but I would like to add the bathroom above. That's the music room, yeah, right in where she's hovering. I would like to add the bathroom adjacent to the master bedroom and then convert the two little awkward space rooms into one decent walk-in closet, because as it is now, it's not really a walk-in closet, and the bathroom's a bit of an L shape and doesn't really accommodate more than one person at a time. I would like to keep the entirety of the original street front facade as is and just update the paint scheme, but replace like for like windows, siding. There's retucking and some brickwork that's separated due to the house has had significant settlement over the years, so there's quite a bit of structural damage to rigid masonry facades, brickwork, siding's rotted, etc. But I love the idea that I can use site-built windows. In other words, the identical Doug-fir windows that are in the house. We can rebuild those by just replacing sash and jambs and some of the mechanisms. So it'll look exactly the same, but with the new garage and the new elements on the, I call it the shoulders of the house. I'm also proposing, can you show A16, the actual elevations? I'm proposing to clip and hip the end of the gables of the gambrel to reduce a little bit of the impact on the streetscape and the ocean views. The east-facing side of the house is pretty much completely obscured by a oak tree that's older than the house itself. My thinking was if I'm going to add that bathroom element alone and have the garage matching the house, I would have this odd valley in between the two. Would really like to get the heat pumps for the HVAC system closer to the second and third floors, and the way to do that would be to create a mechanical space in between the garage and the house element. So that's I guess, the complementary third-story addition. So I'm here today to ask for the modification to keep the FAR at 100% and to make the changes to the garage and kind of reconfigure some of the square footage to a more usable bathroom and mechanical space. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes your presentation. Now we'll go to public comment. So why don't you reintroduce yourself, sir, and you will have 2 minutes to speak on the project.
That garage is very interesting, Ellen. You haven't gone out and looked at it. It's on stilts. The reason is that the street level and the garage floor is about even. There's a drop-off of about 8 feet from the street down to, I would think, where a pavement would be put, a concrete. For years, I was glad that Anna Gillespie, who lived there, and Mr. Gu before then. Mr. Gu was a famous lawyer in Santa Barbara, by the way. He parked his Rolls Royce in there all the time, and I helped him fix it once in a while. He didn't know. Oh, okay. I get off such a very easy when you get old and you run on. Okay? But it's ugly, and it should come down. There's no question about it. My interest, when you sent me the notification, I said, 2013, good Lord, that's 25 feet from my bedroom window. And I said, and son, there's no setback. There's a bunch of bushes there, which thankfully hid the side, which is ugly plywood, unpainted it was. And pass this around, you might. Not a very good picture, but you can see my house, and then where the fence goes down from my home up to the line.
Oh, yeah. And actually, could we get the screen to
City TV.
City TV? Oh, to zoom in here?
Yeah.
So anyway, I have no problem. In fact, I would, if I owned that house, I gladly would put a new garage in that wasn't on stilts.
Thank you.
I wouldn't even want to drive the Rolls Royce in like Goo did, because I know it's 2x6s and whatever. So I'm sure that it's been inspected and whatever. But what I'm concerned about is I have seen no plans. It's so close to my house I could spit on it. I don't know. As I say, I always thought the Santa Barbara setback, except for special occasions, was 10 foot from a property line to the beginning of a wall or house or whatever. That's no more than 3 feet, if that. I have with me the best I could do. This is my property, and you can see unfortunately, it doesn't show the house on it, but it's about a foot or two to the side of the right side there on that property line. I was going to measure it, and there's a drilled hole in one of the sandstone bricks, and that's 100 feet from that point to the property line. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow or something.
Okay.
What I don't want to happen is for a large structure to go up next to a house that I've lived in for 50 years, By the way, it belonged to Bishop Pike, who some of you may remember was quite famous in Santa Barbara for years. He died over in the desert, and Anna Gillespie and her husband bought it from Bishop Pike back when. So, you know, the neighborhood is old, most, for Santa Barbara. The houses not as old as down here on State Street, but for being up on the hill, most of the homes, well, I didn't know it was 1926 it was built.
And sorry, I hate to do this, but because there's some good stories coming out. But
So
we
my appeal is that they follow the rules on setback when they redo it, and then I get a chance sometime to take a look at the drawings.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so do we have anyone else in the room wishing to comment on this item? All right, not seeing any. Do we have any virtual comment?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. If anyone participating virtually would like to speak on this item, please go ahead and raise your hand and we'll give you a call. Not seeing any raised hands. We did receive a written correspondence from Julia Barnett, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. And with that, I'll hand it back to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, to the commission for questions. Any questions on this item? So, oh yes, Commissioner McClure.
Currently, no. Mr. Chair, yes, I do have a question.
All right, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
This is the current survey that was performed months ago.
Yeah.
My question is, on the garage, on the floor plans, it just shows the garage and what is it, the workshop on the second floor, but on the third floor plan, there is nothing. But if I look at the rear elevation as proposed, there's a window kind of suggesting there's a third floor space up there, so I'm curious about that.
Light, and to give that, the purpose for that element was to add light into the garage and to add a little bit of interest onto that fairly tall elevation. It's A16.
Yeah.
And it's, down below. There we go.
Yeah.
So that oops.
Where'd that come from?
It's just in.
Yeah.
So can you hover over that element? Is it in is it there in the gambrel roof right below the
It's
dirt?
right here, Risa. That's right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so that window goes into the garage, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I looked at the architectural, the renderings we did with and without it, with smaller windows and with and without the shutters, and with it, to me, it looks like it's a complete complement across that third story. The space is unusable. I would like to timber frame the garage, both workshop and the garage itself, so that you'd really see the timber details of what a gambrel, the original Dutch, carpenters would do for that space. And I think having, short of putting in skylights, which I don't think are appropriate for the house, adding light into that almost a clear story element in that space, I think would be very pretty. And it looks a little, like I said, I didn't bring a presentation of it with and without, but if you can imagine just the clapboard siding above that little roof section, I think it's a far better improvement.
I just wanted to know if there's a third floor up there.
Well, I'm not
if
sure.
we could,
I'm not sure about 4 feet
Yeah.
tall. That's going to be a little
if we could
difficult.
pan to the elevation to the left of that. So at the left end of that elevation, there's just a funny little horizontal window that's up high, and I'm just wondering why it's there.
Again, I had in previous iterations a door to get into the shop, so you'd walk around the west side of the garage, and was told that doors in the setback, or anyhow, that was inappropriate for me to have a door there, so we
I've
pulled it
encountered
out.
that before, so I understand.
And there was, I had another larger window. I just think that dark garages for no reason other than windows were not placed would be bad design. There's if we go to the front elevation, you can see the way this articulates off the, just scroll down just a little bit there. Okay, good. So there is a window in that little setback, if you will, that corresponds. So if you're in the garage and you're looking out the garage door, those two windows would be symmetrical. And they also, it's basically the same, it's a copy of the window that's original to the library, which you can see between the house and the library element. Yeah, that window is original. So it's basically just copying that same window detail. Other than light, there's no, truly, there's no purpose for those windows.
Okay, that's my questions.
All right. Other questions? Commissioner Butler?
Well, you have the north elevation up. So I noticed, and I'll bring the second reference up in a second, the garage door is arched. Am I looking at this correctly?
Yes, that's right.
And yet, there's no, every other enclosure except the front door is right angled.
Go to the rear elevation. There's actually, the arch is part of interior separation of spaces, as well as there's another arch in the existing. Yeah, you can't see it now because, well, it's in.
Oh, here.
I'm sorry about that. It's in our, yeah, that's it right there. That's an original doorway that led from the sort of the central hallway from the front door to the back door. And there are other interior arches within the structure that I'm just basically riffing off of carrying that theme forward. And again, I did look at lots of different arches and squared off garage doors, and this one looked a little more interesting from the street.
And then, thank you, in the south elevation we're looking at, can you scroll that up just a little bit higher? The other, yeah.
Go
bring that
down,
back.
Risa. They want to look at the new, yeah, there you go.
Okay, thank you. So here, I see most of the windows are paned, but in the, you've got 3 non-paned windows with shutters. I'm confused as to the mixing of paned window and non-paned window.
You'd have to ask the original architect and builder about that one.
Is that
Yeah, the music room on the far east elevation and the room that is adjacent to the deck are both large pane with divided light operables. Yeah, that's original. And then the other, anyway, there are more windows that are, it's a little eclectic, but very charming, I think, if it was simpler.
And are those part of the original house or part of the original additions?
No, original home.
Okay.
The addition would be the, that element, that second story, the glassed-in element there, and then the bedroom. You're missing one more, it's this one here, that's also, that was pushed out and added onto, and so they did away with whatever roof structure was part of the original house when they extended that bedroom all the way to the second story.
And I'll just follow up with a question because we're here. So that, is that a flat roof that's on the far right picture, bottom? I'm assuming it's the same, yeah, because you've got the music room?
Yeah, the music room and the library both have, it's like a percent pitch built-up roof, so it's
Yeah,
just.
but it's just basically a flat roof?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it just, interestingly enough, there are doors with, there are screen doors that would exit to these unbalustraded, unrailed spaces, which I think is very unique to Santa Barbara. Yeah, they're very attractive doors, actually. We're going to keep those.
All right. Other questions? I'll throw a few more out there. So the massing of it, this building, yeah, and actually you can see it well from that photograph above is actually pretty good. The existing, or sorry, the one right below that, not the big one. So, yeah, the aerial, there, perfect. Okay, so the massing of this, you're using the gambrel in a lot of ways. And have you, is there certain precedents or other examples, either in town or out of town, but that you've looked at that have used the gambrel as much as you're using it here? Or in this way, it's in this sort of compositional way, because you have it basically coming out the side, both sides, and then out the front towards the garage, and then out the back as well. Sort of the complexity of that. And were there certain examples that you were looking at, or?
Yes, many. I can bring both local with addresses and, I guess, houses that are distinctive that have got both the flat gabled gambrel and the clipped hipped pitch to it. It looked a little too vertical, in my opinion, on both the garage face and the second story elements. And so I especially actually should say that rear ocean-facing bedroom with that flat facade of the gabled gambrel, I thought is really, I'm not really doing that much with it other than articulating the roof, but I'm not really solving that issue of this three-story element coming straight out of the ground.
Okay.
But I can certainly, when we see you again, we can bring supporting photography.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
I'd just like to point out that the hedge that you see next to the garage there is about 8 to 10 inches from my property line.
Okay, and actually, there was one more question I wanted to make sure it got clarified, because your neighbor had said he hadn't seen the drawings. So can you go to the comparison site plans again and just point out where things are setting back to where they are right now with the property line and everything, and then where they are being moved to?
Okay.
And hover over it and show which ones. So existing and.
So the existing's on the left. Yeah, Risa, just make them a little bit smaller again so they can see them at the same time. Okay, existing's on my left. And that is the current configuration of the garage and the workshop.
And the tightest point
No, it's 1 foot 9 inches up in the top corner.
Okay.
And I am recommending pulling it back off the street. And we believe that we are going to get a pass on the front yard setback as the lot's more than 20% in slope. We're proving that out, I guess, so we can get to the 25-foot front yard setback, and then that's where I'd like to place the garage, is not within the front yard setback, and to reduce the total amount of the garage and the workshop that's currently in the side yard setback and get more of it closer to the house.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right. Let's go into comments.
Mr. Chair.
Commission. Yes, Commissioner Uli.
I believe, just as a matter of point, the quote clipped hip is actually a jerkin head.
I believe you are correct.
Yeah. It's a Jeopardy. I'll
Just
take
like it sounds.
architectural terms for 500.
Yeah.
I'm generally in support of your project. However, I have a challenge with the addition portions that you propose, because I don't think it meets the Secretary of Interior standards. The standards suggest that you not copy the original, but you make it sympathetic. And the architecture of your additions, in my opinion, copies the house. It's not, I suppose a copy is sympathetic, but that's not what the standards require. So I would suggest that you take a look at that, study that a little bit better, and make it less of a copy, but still sympathetic. But in general, I'm supportive of where you're taking it. Realize that lots that are on a slope are challenging. You really can't place the elements where you want to place them or where they want to be placed. And so I'm generally supportive of your modification request, although we're not the body to give it to you. But I am supportive of those because it is a unique configuration on the site. And to the degree that you can work with your distinguished neighbor would be welcomed. Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
First, I'd like to elaborate on what Commissioner Uli was saying, that additions should be distinguishable from the original fabric. And so that's a part of that concept. I think that the two of you have done a masterful job of working on this house. I mean, there's such an incredible transition on those rear elevations from what it looks like now to what you've done. So I think that's a lot of work. That's a great job. But in looking at it, you know, I studied it a lot before coming here today, and the thing that just popped out at me was the garage, that it just is so big. And I know it's kind of symmetrical to the addition on the other side of the house, but the way those elements are combined, it just kind of has this high forehead over the doors. And I think also, in respect for your neighbor, it would be appropriate for that to come down as much as possible. I understand clear story lights are nice, but you've got a nice big picture window with flankers on the second story. So I think you've got lots of light coming in there, and I think you just need to reduce the impact on the neighbor. And I don't know if it carries any weight, but I mean, if Transportation Department would consider allowing even a foot reduction in the width of the garage, you know, based on our suggestion. What's that?
That's how we drew it originally, was
Yeah.
was a narrower, that element was
Yeah.
about 2 feet narrower.
Yeah, and I don't know how much they'd grant you, but I mean, even a foot less would help the neighbor, so.
It brings us much further off of that entire line being in
Yeah,
the setbacks.
yeah.
And actually, can you go to the garage elevation while we're talking about it? Since. Or, sorry, the proposed elevation, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great, thanks. And I guess question to staff on that, is there wiggle room for asking Transportation and/or whoever else that to make an exception for narrowing this garage?
Yes, Chair Grumbine, if the applicant did want to pursue that, we would have to review that with Transportation Planning before it's deemed complete. But yes, that's something we can look into.
Okay. All right. Okay, other,
Mr. Chair, just a quick comment on the issue of setbacks from the property line. I'm supportive of what the applicant wants to do. I echo some of Commissioner House's comments about height, but I want to make it clear when I say that that's about the aesthetics of the project, and it's not about any right to view being obstructed. So I want to be very clear that that's a decision about the design and not a statement about anybody's right to a view. I think that there's much to admire with what you've done. I think it's very positive. So I'm very supportive.
okay,
Mr. Chair?
yes.
I would just like to comment for the benefit of the neighbor that this is considered pre-existing non-conforming. It was built at a time when they didn't have current setbacks, so there is an allowance to rebuild something in the same footprint that exists. So if this were a vacant lot and they were proposing this, no, they would have to respect the setbacks. So that's why they're able to encroach in the setbacks.
Okay, maybe.
Um,
I
don't want them encroaching.
Yeah, I understand.
Right now, it's there.
Yeah.
And I can reach out and almost touch it and stay in my own yard.
Yeah.
It's too damn close, frankly.
Yeah.
And when it was built, it probably wasn't the type of committee that's meets today.
There was not.
Look at it.
Yeah.
And they say, what do you mean a foot and a half or 3 feet?
Yeah.
You know, you gotta give the neighbor some chance to not listen to your radio, et cetera. Radio insisted that.
Thanks.
Pretty house.
Yeah.
And
I'm-
he's up there, they were wonderful neighbors. And before that, Mr. Gu, well, he was a good neighbor. And the people that are renting it right now, been pretty good neighbors.
And I'm sorry, sir, normally we don't have a back and forth discussion, so
But it was a really,
we're gonna have to, that'll have to be a
it was a
continued.
terrible thing to raise up a garage on 2x8s and to level it with a street, put a couple of levels of plywood across it, and then park a Rolls Royce in it, which was crap. I don't know why it didn't fall apart.
I agree that that's a terrible idea. All right, so we're gonna have to continue on with the commissioner comments.
My only comment is that when you get into the building department, and if you're required to do energy retrofits because of the square footage, that those existing single pane windows, if they have to be replaced, it might be an advantage to have them cut-ups like the rest of the traditional windows are. But if that was, I say, if you had to replace them because of energy requirements.
Although that is now being allowed, so.
Oh, because of our.
Historic building. It's a historic resource now, so.
You gotta weigh out.
Yeah, yep. All right. Yeah.
Yes, thank you,
Commissioner Hanson.
Chair Grumbine. I generally agree with the comments that have been made. I always think that going in and simplification is always a really good thing. So, just going through and really being very aggressive about, what's really necessary and what isn't. I think that the proposed is just, my first impression when I was reviewing this earlier was it just feels too massive and it takes away from the original sweetness of the original house. I very much appreciate what you've done on the back side, all those crazy additions that have been added. But I think that you can simplify it down and probably get to under the 100% without too much difficulty and really allow that original house to come, really come forward more. I also am having problem with the arched garage door. That would be an example of what I'm feeling, is that it's starting to just take away, all of this mass is taking away from the original house. So I just would urge you to, critique it yourself and just go through and see what you really, do you really need all of that and what you could bring down. You may help the neighbor out at the same time by bringing that element down a bit. So those are my comments. Thank you.
All right. Other comments? Okay, I'll throw my 2 cents in. Yeah, I think the garage is the most difficult piece for me, only because, or especially because, it's it as a front-facing gable. Even though it's a jerkin head, it does draw strong attention compared to the side gables that are going on, and so it's taking the piece that's the least important as a garage, and least important as a addition, as a new piece, and it's sort of drawing more attention to itself. So I don't know if that means you turn it into a hip in some way, or you don't have that strong focus. I think the arched, segmented arch doors are also helping to draw attention to it, and the little eyebrow. So I think that is sort of the biggest one that's sort of detracting from the main event, which is the house. If there was a way of working it out so that you didn't have, that you kept some of the flat roof aspect of that. In some ways, that would be better. I understand why, design-wise, you were going towards this. This is a good design solution, and it works with the language in general. But that's the one uncomfortableness I have with it, is that you are changing the composition of the original from these flat roofed, and even if you had flat roof with with a railing or wood railing, like you were doing some on the back that are very much of the language. Something like that even would be appropriate, because you'd still see the original more, and then really put the addition towards the back, as opposed to having it in those two, built into the roof of your new gable roof structure. So that's one thing I think that's still acceptable in the long run, this design solution, but I am having a little trouble with it because it is sort of killing the original look of the house, or not killing, but building out the original look of the house, and so you're sort of get lost as to where it was the original versus the new. But it's a nice design, but it still has that problem in my mind. So those are kind of my comments on it. But I think that there are a couple of key things are how we're feeling according to a modification for the front garage portion, because it's got to go for that, and then eventually, and also project compatibility findings, let's see, will be required eventually for design approval. So it might be if we're feeling that it's going in the right direction for those, what our comments might be on that. Let's see. So I think those are sort of the key things. So would this keep coming back to us, or would this need to go to Planning Commission first before design approval can be made?
So Chair Grumbine, that's the discretion of the commission. If you'd like it to return for an additional concept review, if you do want to see it again before project design approval, alternatively, you can continue it if you have generally positive comments to the Planning Commission. Once this project is deemed complete, it can be scheduled for Planning Commission review of the modifications, and then afterwards it would come back to this commission for project design approval. So
Okay.
it's at your discretion.
Gotcha. Okay. So I guess just sort of as an open discussion, how's everyone feeling about this one with those options?
Well, I support the request for modifications, and I think that I don't see any reason why not to have it go to.
Can you?
Yeah.
It falls asleep.
To go to Planning Commission next to get their input, because the architectural detailing is not their purview, and I think that they can imagine, if hearing our comments about reducing the mass of the garage, they can take that into consideration in their deliberations about the
Because it's not new square footage as well.
Yeah.
All right.
Is there any living space above the garage?
No.
And you'd have to be 4 feet tall to access that.
All right. Okay, so,
And
that's your opinion.
And Chair Grumbine, I mentioned this earlier, but if we can also have on record whether or not the commission needs story poles for this project. So they're not increasing the maximum height of the building, but they are adding the upper floor additions. So it'd be for those components.
All right, and can we go to a floor plan of the second floor, or roof plan, to actually talk through it on the back side, at least? I think on the front side it's pretty clear, but. Okay, so can you go to roof plan just so we're understanding where the third stories, yeah. So can you hover over the new portions of the top floor? Okay. And then the one sticking out the back is already existing, but was basically where it is, and you're just replacing. Okay.
And then the right side, that's an addition.
Yeah. So how is everyone feeling about story poles for this?
I'm comfortable with no story poles.
I would be too.
Yeah.
Yes, no story poles.
Looking like, okay, so it's looking like no story poles. we're comfortable with the heights.
So just to get a little bit of clarification, that overall massing of the gambrel structure over the garage would reduce in height and presence if it was a narrower building. That's how we showed it before. So I'm in favor of doing that too if I can. We've actually modified a bit of the roof pitch element to bring that down. So if you look at the bedroom element, that roof pitch is steeper. That's how the original house is. So we've got, kind of matching the steepness of the original house. And then when you get to the garage, in order to bring the overall ridge height down, it's basically spread out. So I can keep that same ratio, if you will, and if we bring the building down, it'll bring the FAR down. I'm not really worried about parking. We drive smaller cars, so.
Okay. Although, hold on, sorry, we're getting into discussion here, but right now we just need to get our comments and keep moving.
Yeah, so I would like you guys
Okay.
to be supportive in reducing the mass, because then I can probably
Okay.
go to transportation and get some relief on the 20-foot width.
Okay, so it sounds like that's where it's going, but in terms of the height and the story poles is that first part. So if everyone's feeling comfortable with it, without story poles, that's good. That can be our stance on that.
Chair Grumby, I just have a question of, would it be of any benefit for the neighbor to have just maybe a story pole on those two corners of the garage of what the proposed is? I'm just asking, I would go with the consensus. Just,
Mr. Chair, I think my feeling about story poles is that we don't have purview over private views, so it doesn't benefit any of the neighbors because they're allowed to block a view. And so this isn't a situation like downtown where it could be blocking mountain views.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I agree with that as well. So let's talk about, so I think we've discussed story poles. So here I'll try to summarize the comments and we can hash out any more as we go along. So for one, thank you for bringing this project to us. It looks like a very beautiful way of adding to and taking care of a now historic resource. So number two, it seems a consensus of commissioners are feeling comfortable with not needing story poles for this going forward. There's a request to narrow the garage, request of transportation to allow for a narrowing of the garage for the better aesthetic of a narrower, a more appropriate historic aesthetic to a garage and the proportions of it. And also for stepping back or setting back more from the property line, and toward away from the neighbor.
Could I get a sample of the drawing instead of the drawing?
That would be on the next round. Yeah, or these ones for sure are existing. I'm sure that. Yeah. Sure. Okay, and then, let's see, can we go to, I guess, site plan? And I guess another general comment overall, we feel that the massing and breakup of the building is appropriate for the historic resource and as a design. The comment on the garage as proposed from the front elevation needs to be refined with the suggestion of both narrowing the garage and changing the gable design in some way to make it less
I suggest simplifying.
Or simplifying, yeah, that's a good.
And lowering
yeah.
the overall height.
So yeah, simplifying and lowering the overall height of the garage and roof of the garage.
to make the main house
Yeah,
more
to-
distinctive and prominent.
Good,
It's
yeah.
subservient to the main building.
To make the main house continue to be more prominent. Let's see, and do we want to say much more than that? Is there another?
covered.
General comments?
I'll make a motion to that extent.
Sorry,
yes,
excuse me.
Commissioner Ensberg.
I think just overall, looking at overall general simplification to support the main, the historic structure and for the other pieces to be subservient to that.
Yeah,
something
that's a
like
good point, and that also ties to Commissioner Uli's comment, which will also make it more consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards.
So my motion is for an indefinite continuance to proceed to the Planning Commission. Did you mention that we support the modification requests?
Chair Grumbine, that's what I was going to ask. I don't think there was a specific comment
So
about that.
we support the modification requests, and then to return to the full board at HLC.
Second.
All right, motion by Vice Chair House, seconded by Commissioner Drury. Any other discussion? All right, a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, and then.
We're
so-
only an hour behind
Yeah,
schedule.
Only an hour behind schedule. Thank you very much for that. We don't need to address B at all, do we? Okay, yeah. Okay, great.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Good luck. Thank you, sir, for
Yeah,
coming
thank you.
and regaling us with stories.
All right. We're on to item 4, project design approval and final approval for 1235 North Salsapuedas. This is a craftsman-style residence constructed in 1915, is listed on the city's historic resources inventory. Proposal to permit an as-built wooden fence, 6'5" in height, and a 29.5 square foot waste and recycling enclosure associated with an existing 2-story, 2-unit residence. We love our recycling waste just today. A minor zoning exception is requested to allow the waste and recycling enclosure to encroach into the western interior setback. The project would abate violations associated with this enforcement case. And project design approval and final approval are requested. Project compatibility findings are required. The project was last reviewed October 26, 2022, and there is a historic significance report here as well.
And Chair Grumbine, let me
Yes.
pull up the minutes from the last
Sure, thank you.
meeting.
And it's 3:30 somewhere, so.
And it's 3:30 somewhere, out in the Pacific.
Chair Grumbine?
Yes.
Am I correct in understanding that this went to consent? And then, right, so that's why we're seeing it here now, and that's why I hadn't seen it before.
Yeah, and there's no video.
Right.
So I guess we're all going to have to recuse ourselves, except for Commissioner House. I'm just kidding. Yeah. So that's good that yeah. Okay.
So these are the minutes from the previous, from the consent meeting.
Okay. All right, so from the consent meeting, this was, to continue indefinitely to the full commission with the following comments. The commission does not find the fence as built is appropriate to the architecture of the property. 2, the owner should meet with the adjacent neighbor to come up with an acceptable solution. 3, the applicant shall return with drawings of the fence and trash enclosure that are more sympathetic to the architecture. All right? All right, good afternoon. If you could introduce yourself.
Miles Mattinson, I'm an attorney and I represent Leslie Gray, the property owner. The property owners have met by email and have reached an agreement. So I wanted to point that out because that's probably the most important thing as part of the consideration of this whole issue. The first page that you have is Exhibit 1, the south-facing portion of the fence. This is what would face the adjoining property owner, Julie Wood, who appeared last time. Now, there is an existing fence.
You need to get a little closer to the mic.
There's an existing fence, and I'm going to scroll down to get to the existing fence. So what took place, once upon a time in historical times, that short picket fence was installed. Centuries ago, or at least decades ago for sure. Now, Ms. Gray installed an addition to the fence on top, but the area that faces the neighbor, Julie Wood, appears this way. She prefers it not to appear this way and to essentially be solid cedar floor to ceiling so that she doesn't look at that particular fence. So what happened is we sent along by email this diagram, so it would be 1x6 cedar boards all the way across, and it would have a redwood cap. Now, when I passed that along, I said this would be placed on the fence facing your property. In other words, we're not taking down the existing fence, we're applying these wood facings on her side so it has a smooth, straight appearance. And she agreed with that, and the following exhibit is where she notes that the design looks fine to us. I can give you an update that we actually have a contractor that has worked out an arrangement to meet with the neighbor on her side of the property to determine exactly how this would be undertaken. And so this picture is of the trash enclosure, which gives you a rough idea. The lighting is difficult, but it gives you a rough idea of the floor-to-ceiling cedar planks that would be placed there with the redwood cap. Now, as we go along, this is a neighbor's fencing that she has, which is similar in nature. As a matter of fact, that neighbor is with us today, and I've chatted with her briefly. We can get to that in a minute. Here's another fence in the neighborhood, so it's clear that this kind of fencing works in the community. This is a view from the front of Miss Gray's property. You can't see the fence, you can't see the trash enclosure, you can't see anything. It's not possible to see this fence unless you're either visiting Miss Wood or Miss Gray. And even for that standpoint, it's hard to see the fence, even if you're in the owner's property. That's a vision of the fence that you have there. Now, I will acknowledge that I had an opportunity to speak with the neighbor who appeared last time, and she's with us and most likely will speak now. And she thought that it would be a better approach to simply take down the entire fence and rebuild a new fence, but there are reasons why that doesn't work, or it's not necessary. First of all, the footing for the entire structure is the 3-foot fence. So there are, I believe, concrete footings for that fence, and everything else is a superstructure which can be placed upon it. So the expense is unnecessary. And Ms. Wood hasn't made that request. We have an agreement for the south side facing her to have this appearance that you see before you, and therefore we ask that approval. Now, the other item that we have is there was a request for a minor zoning exception regarding an allowance for a waste and recycling enclosure to encroach into the western interior setback. I'd like to comment on that. There's 2 other photographs that we have. Oh, okay. So, first of all, the trash enclosure is a few inches off from the fence line, except that approximately 6 feet of that fence has absolutely nothing behind it. The trash is not there. The trash is in the forward section, and the fence that you saw earlier, which covers the entire area, let's see how we get back to that.
The very last problem
Oh, here we go. All right. So you see where the latch is in the middle? That's the entrance to the trash enclosure. And so there's about 6 feet from that latch to the back of the property. So we're not even there. And behind that fence area is simply an incline going down to an apartment building's driveway that's there. And frankly, they can't see this structure either. It doesn't make any difference where you are. You can't see this structure unless you're here in Ms. Gray's backyard. Now, I think, let's see, we got to get back to, let's see here. So here's a picture of the inside of the trash enclosure. It's a little hard to see because the lighting was difficult with the sun, but the trash enclosures are in the front, and there's a 6-foot segment of that fence that goes towards the back. So I'm not even sure it violates any setback requirement. But if you were to look at it from Ms. Gray's property and you see that whole fence there, you might think so, but actually it doesn't seem to do that. So that's essentially it. I would then ask that we have approval for what we have in mind to do for Ms. Wood.
Okay. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, I'd like the opportunity to respond to public comment, if I may, when it happens.
Typically, we'll ask if it'll be through questions that you if the commission feels that they want to have something answered, then they'll ask you a question about it.
Well, then I would just like to emphasize once again for just a moment the fact that Ms. Wood, who's the other party to this concern, never requested or suggested that the entire fence be taken down and that we deal with a new property line fence. We're trying to accommodate her in a reasonable way and put these pieces of wood there, the cedar, so it looks appropriate and nice for the community and for her.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just for the sake of saying it, what we don't allow is a conversation between the applicant and public speakers and
understand.
stuff. Okay, thank you.
All right, so now let's go to public comment. Any member in the room wishing to comment on it hopefully has speaker slip. Okay, great. And anyone else that wants to comment, please fill out a speaker slip and hand it in.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. We have Sherry Ray McKinney. Please go ahead and turn on the mic, and you have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi. I wrote you a letter about our concerns as neighbors about the enforcement for whatever you end up deciding. I'm really concerned about this because that little picket fence is about 25 years old. So now they've got facing on one side, Ms. Gray's side, and they want to add facing on Julie's side, which seems to me that there's a concern about the integrity of that structure. I left the last meeting believing that a whole new fence was supposed to be built because I thought that was the direction, because they did show photographs of other fences that are on Ms. Gray's property and said, build it like that. So it was my assumption that that was the case. I can't, historically, I guess the cedar looks nice, but I don't think that you can add fencing on fencing and expect that that's going to be okay. And then that adds another issue to neighbor Julie Woods, which is now you're going to have like sagging or something. I don't know. I'm not a structural engineer, but it doesn't seem that that's going to work. And again, I want to just reiterate that I do have very strong concerns about enforcement of how this will, whatever your direction is, that it be appropriately built and according to what the HLC says, because this neighborhood has been highly insulted by the loss of an important stone wall and historic horse hitching post. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, hitching post. I mean, so and because that's on public property, this is on private property. We want to make sure that it's still held to the highest standard. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Grumbine. I don't have any more speaker slips. I do have some virtual participants. Please go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this item. Seeing one raised hand, Julie Wood, I'm going to go ahead and send you an unmute request. Please go ahead and unmute, and you have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Julie Wood, and I've got a lot of feedback coming, but I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Could somebody say we can hear you?
We can hear you
fine.
Oh, great, thank you so much. Okay, so I would just like to say that I did agree to the cedar and redwood materials, and the fence, the picket fence itself is 25 years old. Our picket fence was built about 1997, and we're concerned with footings, and it was less than 3.5 feet high, and we're concerned that that it may not support the additional weight of all the cedar. And if there's wind, we're concerned that it might not stand up against that. So we just need reassurance that our old picket fence, which is in a fairly battered shape now, that the other fence was put on top of it, is strong enough to do this. And I don't have any expertise. We're coming to you for that. So that's about all I have to say, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I don't have any more raised hands. We did receive written correspondence from Julie Wood and Sherry Ray McKinney, which was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. That being said, back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, to the commission for questions.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair House.
This is a question for staff. Why don't we have plans that meet the city's plan submittal requirements? Site plan, data, we have one little sketch of a wall, but we have no site plan. We're hearing arm-waving descriptions of where this is, and I have no idea
Yeah, let me
what the
try to pull up
context
the
is.
old set and see if there's something a little better in there for you.
Ah.
Voila.
Yay, plans. Okay, can we?
But not in paper.
All right, can we scroll through those and yeah, let's see, make sure we're understanding where all those
Maybe
pictures
the
are coming.
applicant can explain.
Yeah.
Oops. Okay, so we have the duplex here, and the trash enclosure is over here. You have this fence along the line. Julie Wood is on the other side, the adjacent property, residential. To the left, of course, it doesn't show it, but there's simply a driveway for an apartment building and a downhill slope. This is the rear yard for the duplex of Miss Gray.
Can you just kind of put your mouse pointer over the left end and the right end of the extent of this fence?
Oh, okay, from here, I think over to here, it's about 42 feet.
Okay, thank you.
And what is around the rest of the property?
There's
fencing-wise?
bushes, trees. As a matter of fact, on the trash enclosure, if you move the trash enclosure at all, you'd have to cut down a tree. There's a tree here. And this entire area is hillside sloping down toward a paved driveway of an apartment building to the left.
And is there any fence along there?
There is a fence. It's entwined. There's vines and bushes all the way along here, so that if you're standing in the driveway, you can't even see this area. It's all covered up by the vines and by the trees and the bushes.
One other question, is that site plan showing that the trash enclosure is not encroaching over the property line?
Well, I know it's not, I don't believe that this shows that it's encroaching over the property line. It shows that it's probably about 6 feet in this area before you get to the trash enclosure. You know, this is probably more or less an aerial shot from once upon a time. Now there's a fence that goes to the front of it so that you don't have to look at the trash cans, and that goes all the way toward the fence line.
Do you have a survey or anything that's showing property line, or is that dashed a for sure property line, or is that just an estimated property?
That's an estimated property line. There's no survey that's been
So
taken.
my
I
other
think,
question
ever.
would be, why is there a question about whether or not the trash enclosure is over the property line?
The trash enclosure encroaches into the interior setback.
Oh,
There's not
okay.
a question about
Not
the
the
property
property
line.
line.
And if
okay.
the setback, if it is 6 feet, I'm not sure what it is. But if it's 6 feet, it doesn't, in fact, because the trash enclosure itself is 6 feet away from that property line, and it's simply a fence that's in this little area here that covers the trash enclosure with the latch and then down to the property line.
That's for staff to wrestle
Yeah.
with.
Yeah, there's a 6-foot setback. The way it's drawn, it does encroach into that 6-foot setback.
The back side of it does, where
So-
the containers are.
Whereas the fence
Mr.
part
Chair.
of it would be not a problem, but the trash containers in it
Yeah,
are
it-
a problem.
I'd say a visual inspection will clearly demonstrate that the trash containers are not in that 6-foot area, that the only thing that's in the 6-foot area is this fence. There was an existing 3-foot, 3.5-foot fence around the trash enclosure, and then in more recent times, this fence was constructed.
Okay, Commissioner Uli, were you gonna? Okay, can you flip through this quickly? And just so if we have any other questions about it? This was the previous set, correct?
Yes, I guess it was, yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, now there's a picture of the trash enclosure, but from the latch, just beyond the latch to the back area, that's blank space back there.
Okay.
There's nothing there.
And then can you keep going there on this?
This, again, the trash enclosure situation. And let's see, I think it's probably the more, let's see. Oh, let's see if we can get to, this is the more recent one. Other builder, no.
In that,
Oh,
The
10,
two
10.
that you sent me
Oh, here,
today.
we had it here, yeah. Okay, so then to go back, this is what it appears from Julie Wood's side now.
And can you point out in plan where that is?
On the plan?
Yeah, from that old plans, let's try that folder there. Going up to the site plan there, and then where is that?
That would be along this area right
Okay,
here.
so that's where the old 3-foot picket fence is, and then
Yes.
it's stacked on top of it.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Okay, and then if you can just keep flipping through this quickly, and then we can see if we have any more other questions, and then we can go from there.
This is a view from Ms. Gray's side.
And those planks are
Oh,
one.
by the way, this is the walkway that leads up toward that trash enclosure. And then you see on the left, there's the tree that would have to be
Gotcha.
removed if you moved it anywhere, and here's all the brush. So if you're in the apartment building or on the driveway, you can't see anything.
Okay. If you can just flip through quickly, the rest. And then, okay.
Other
All right.
fences in the neighborhood. Another view from the street.
Okay, any other questions from the commissioners?
If I can get
Commissioner
the,
Early?
if I can get the button to work. The question is from consent. It was bounced up here because it was determined the fence wasn't compatible with the architecture, so I'm trying to figure out, why that is, and does consent have any comment that they can add to it?
I'm consent.
I understand. I was trying to not make eye contact.
I guess I'm making eye contact.
That's quite all right. And Commissioner Manuel was also with me, and so we were both in agreement that this would be better served by going to full board. I have been to the site, not before the consent meeting, but before this meeting. And it's true, you can't see it at all from the street or the driveway on the other side. And I wasn't about to trespass as a honorable HLC member. So, but, the existing picket fence, I can see wraps around a lot of the property. there was so much concern by neighbors, I just thought, I hate to just approve this myself. And so I thought it was better served by coming to full board.
All right.
I support that smart decision.
Good.
All right. Other questions? All right, let's go into comments.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair House.
I don't personally have any problem with the cedar planks. I mean, they are evident throughout the neighborhood. The picket fence is cute, but it doesn't represent some high point of craftsmanship or architecture, and it would be easily replicated in the future if somebody wanted to do that. I do have a problem with adding these boards onto the existing structure. The California Residential Code doesn't require a permit for a fence 6 feet high or less, but the Santa Barbara adopting ordinance changes that to 3.5 feet. So this does require a permit, and I can practically guarantee you that the building department is not going to allow something that was a 3-foot fence that had space pickets that has no wind resistance to then be 6 feet high stacked on top of that, and have no idea how far the posts embed in the ground. I mean, it's just, it's
But
not
HLC
safe.
can personally guarantee it won't fall over, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, so it's going to go to the building department. I don't think you're going to have success there with that, and so I think that it needs to be taken into consideration. You can ask them, and if they say, hey, we're fine with it, then what can we say? But
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chair, I agree with those comments. I think they're going to get snagged at the building department, but that's not our deal. What is our deal is what the fence looks like, and I'm comfortable with the cedar plank and cap. It's very simple, appropriate fence. It always comes down to people parking and pets and fences, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But I'm okay with the proposal.
And letting it just go gray, natural?
Yes.
All right. Comments?
Mr. Chair, I also am comfortable with this, particularly in light of the obligation that it will need to be permitted, which I think having the city look at it will address the concerns of neighbors about its stability. And so the neighbors' concerns will be addressed, just not by us.
All right.
I have
Okay.
a comment.
Yes.
Is there a setback issue, or is that not our purview?
There is a setback issue because the way the plans are drawn, the trash enclosure encroaches into the 6-foot interior setback. So minor zoning exception can be granted by this commission. So that is requested to allow it to encroach.
Okay,
There
so
are
can you zoom
findings.
in to where that is now?
I don't have an issue with a minor zoning to allow the trash to be screened because nobody can see it.
Yeah.
Right, it's,
And how many of us
There's
have
the
our
trash
trash in
enclosure.
this, sitting in the side yard setback anyway? Oh,
On the record? All right. And other thought, anyone else, anyone opposed to the minor modification for that? Okay. All right, so that looks like it's supportive. And then the design is, it sounded like everyone was in support of the design, it's the cedar plank with the cap. So, all right, does anyone want to make a project design approval and final approval, and then project compatibilities findings?
I am not prepared to do that because the drawings we have represent an approach that I don't think is.
Well, the drawings only show 1x6
Yeah.
with a plank as a design, not as a structural thing. Could we make that distinction?
I suppose we can. Somebody want to make that motion?
They don't call it the post, that's for sure. All they show is what the siding is and what the cap is. So the building department's going to have to, and maybe we can say that with a motion, is for the building department for structural stability. So however that gets posted up, I guess would be.
Somebody step up and be brave.
all right, I'll give it a stab. Make a motion for approval and final approval. While the drawings are not what we would normally accept, the approval is for a vertical single 1x6 cedar boards and a 2x redwood cap per the photographs shown to us. And that's terribly inconsistent with anything we do. But anyway.
I'll second that motion.
All right, well, I'm not done yet.
Oh, I withdraw my second.
Because I have a whole litany of compatibility findings to make for a fence nobody can see.
And the minor zoning exception.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that too, I'm sure. I find that the fence is consistent with our design standards, but not with our documentation standards. Compatibility with the character and neighborhood, find these fences all over the place, so it's not an issue. It is appropriately sized and height and scale. Although it does have mass and bulk, that's not an issue. It is sensitive to adjacent properties. I don't know if there are any landmarks or historic resources that it needs to be concerned about. It's not blocking anybody's view of anything because you can't see it. And there is no impact on open space or landscaping. For the minor zoning exceptions, the granting of such an exception will not be detrimental to the use or enjoyment of the property or the neighbors, since it is private property. The improvements are cited such that they minimize impact to abutting properties. The project generally complies with applicable privacy, landscaping, noise, lighting standards, and single-family design board with good neighbor guidelines. The improvement will be compatible with existing development and character of the neighborhood.
All right. And that completes it? Now you want a second?
I think that's it. Now we're looking for a second.
Second.
He was too slow. He didn't, or he doesn't like it anymore.
Yeah,
Commissioner Butler is the second. All right, under discussion, any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Abstain.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, on to item.
Chair Grumbine, if you could also
Oh,
just
yeah,
announce.
and there's a 10-day appeal period to City Council if you so choose. All right? And now we are on to item, are we on 5? Yeah. Item 5, we're 1 hour behind. Continued item, this is for project design approval, 2310 State Street. The project site contains the designated structure of merit, the Ritchie Bungalow. Proposal to construct a new 367 square foot accessory dwelling unit above an existing 390 square foot two-car garage, and to construct a new 12 square foot utility room attached to the western side of the garage. The project is associated with an existing single-story 1,500 square foot single-unit residence. The project would result in substantial redevelopment of the existing non-conforming garage. Project design approval is requested. Project compatibility findings are required. The project was last reviewed January 18th, 2023.
And Chair Grumbine, I'll pull up those
Okay.
minutes.
Great, thank you. And in the meantime, if you could introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, I'm Jarrett Gorin from Vanguard Planning to present this again, and I'm trying to pull up our. What's the trick to zoom in on an elevation again?
Z key and then draw a marquee.
Great.
And earlier today, it was not being cooperative.
Fussy.
Yeah, because there are too many tabs open.
Yeah, I'm having the same issue with my minutes here.
If we only had them on paper.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, somehow I took control of the screen here.
Well,
Okay, cool. I'll do the minutes.
Are those really the minutes?
All right.
Those are the minutes. I put them there.
All right, let's find.
Okay, so.
Gotta make sure I find the right minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you guys had Carrillo Street ahead of us. Here we are.
There it is. Okay, so the motion was to continue 4 weeks with the following comments. 1, the commission understands many challenges of the tight space of the project. 2, the study of the parapet wall just above the tile with potentially removing the vertical parapet jog on the southwest elevation. 3 was to study adding an awning over the pair of windows and/or another way of adding interest of shadow. 4 was bring back color renderings to help show shadows. 5 was the windows in general should be in vertical proportion similar to the house. Look at the main house's historic windows for proper size and proportion. 6, study the horizontal windows on the northwest elevation for proper proportions. 7, study changing the entry door to a French or glass divided light. 8, study bringing out the wall plane of the upper level where the paired windows are to be equal with the kitchen sink bump out. And the motion was by Howes, second by Uli, 800. Lenvik was absent. The motion carried. All right. So with that, why don't you walk us through, especially how you answered all the comments, and you don't have to take the whole 15 minutes because we're an hour late.
Great. I'll try not to. So I just want to start off with just this front elevation that we presented last time. And this was complicated and there's a lot going on here. And people had suggested pulling this part here forward. And we looked at that and it created this weird, like, offset cantilever situation. So we looked at different ways to address this. And what we came up with was something that just simplifies this whole front elevation. And rather than pulling just part of this out or whatever, what we did is we just took this bump out and just took it all the way straight up. And now we just have a continuous parapet that goes around the perimeter of the main structure here. Down here, we did remove that parapet and the extra bump. We brought this down to the minimum height we need to get waterproofing on it. We rendered the garage doors on here correctly now. Instead of white spaces, they have the windows and panels that are on them. So let me just walk you through our elevations really quickly. On this front one here, you can see we added these awnings. Our client pointed out that they have awnings like this on the main house and that they're aesthetic but also highly functional. The house gets blasted with southern sun, and they said they wanted the people in the ADU to have the same benefit they do. So we took the same awning style off the house and added it onto here. So this elevation is the one that faces into our backyard. Before, there had been this one horizontal sort of divided light window here. We were looking at making the proportions vertical and ran into some issues with that not fitting in well with this staircase. And what we decided to do was break it into 3 vertical windows and provide sort of a rhythm with those. And sometimes you get lucky and this one happens to align with our stairs the right way. And so we were pretty happy with that. You can see the sides of these awnings from in there, and then you can see how our parapet goes back here and has that simple detail. Also on the door, we looked at a French door, but one of our themes was to try to keep this simplified from the main house. And so what we chose to go with here instead was one of those doors that the upper half is just a single undivided light and the lower half is solid. So it's behind this wall, and that's where we'll put that. Also, the electrical panel had been here before and there were some questions about that, and we relocated it inside the unit so that it's not there anymore. So here's our back elevation. Nothing really significant changed back there. And then this is just, we're proposing to put some sort of plants or something in that gap that we have there. We're forced to have that gap because we've got to comply with a setback or face an arduous discretionary review process. But we can take advantage of it and put some sort of plant materials out there that will sort of break up this big blank wall. Even though it doesn't face anything and nobody sees it, we know it's there. We think this will look nice. So let me go down a little further. Let's see here. We don't have color renderings, but we do have black and white renderings, which show the shadows that was the biggest concern. And I think this board was correct in these shadows would have been here if we'd rendered this before, but these are the black garage doors that exist, and we want to keep those, but we've got black awnings which match what's on the house, and this shows you the massing. We've actually got quite a bit of recesses and shadow interest on the front. This is just another one looking straight up the driveway at it, and these are actually accurately rendered shadows in Revit off of a specific day and time, although I don't know what day and time it is. But it's real. So anyway, that's how it worked out. Let's see, just a couple of photos we took additional. These are the existing light fixtures that are on the garage, and they aren't a traditional historic type light fixture, but that's what's on this house. And there are some sort of more modern touches in the backyard with like the laser cut metal on the fence and all. And it's a really attractive property with those touches. And we're just going to keep these same fixtures. And the way this works is there's a little LED concealed up in here, and then this sort of frosted ball that's suspended in this glass lights up and indirectly lets the light come out. And they look really good on the garage that's there and on the house, and we would like to just keep those. And then this is the scupper detail that's on the house, and we would use that same scupper detail. And then here, that's the awning that's on the house, and we propose to use that same awning. And then this is just the picture we had of the garage at the last hearing. The garage doors were open. So we got you one that has both of them closed, so you can see what they look like here. So that's what I have for you. I think we addressed everything that was in the minutes, and we appreciate the comments. I think they helped us vastly improve this, and I look forward to comments you might have today, but mainly we'd like to get our design approval so we can keep this going.
All right. Does that conclude your presentation?
It does.
All right, thank you. All right, on to public comment. Any member of the public here wishing to comment? Not seeing anyone. To virtual.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I currently do not have any virtual participants, and then we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so back to you.
All right. Okay, to the commission for questions. Any questions about this project?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
The only thing I had a question about, but I think it's resolved, is looking at that 3D rendering. The awning struck me as up too high relative to the window head, but then the pictures of the existing house, it looked like it was done about the same way. So is that what?
Yeah, I think that's accurate, and we can go back and look at that picture. And yeah, that's what we have. I mean, that part of this is the limitations of perfectly rendering in Revit, but yeah, the awning comes down, and then this part hangs over the front about even with the head height of the window, and we would be matching that.
Okay.
All right. Are there,
Chair Grumbine, yes, I have a
Commissioner
question. Would you be using the same wrought iron detail for the awning support as well?
Yes, that's the plan.
Identical to that one that we're looking at? Okay, great, thanks.
right. Other. And a question I have is, do you have a detail of the? Do you have a drawn detail of these details? So.
We do not have like actual drawn awning details yet.
Okay.
Yeah. However, I should state that they are going to be black.
As long as they're not striped.
Solid, right?
Well, then that's what's on the main.
And yeah, you get to have the black awning pass of the year because because you have it already on your historic house.
Wait a minute, do they have a permit?
So, but this is just as a point of clarification. This is for project design approval and final approval. So
No,
No.
just project design approval.
Oh.
You're looking at the wrong one.
There. That makes a lot of, okay, there we go. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Wrong project. All right. Any other questions? Yeah. Okay, any other questions? Okay, discussion, comments?
I beat you to it. Great improvement all the way around. It looks like a very charming little building now. very happy with it.
I agree, it looks very nice. I do feel that the awnings could be dropped down maybe a foot. I think the proportions would be better, you get more shadow, more shade. So I would suggest you do that, drop those awnings down about a foot.
The bottom of the balance should be at the head of the window.
Well, I think even below that.
A little bit.
Even below that.
I'll have to disagree on that. So
Lower?
it could go either way, and historically I had the thought first as well, that only to do it a certain way where you just sort of clear the head and then come down, so you're not blocking too much of the view. But then historically I started looking at it, and they actually do it all over. And in this case, not only does the house do it, which may or may not have been like super recent or whatever, but you have a giant parapet wall as well. And so this is also, I think, I can see the aesthetic argument for in this type going higher. So I don't know. I think I can go either way, but I just wanted to say that it can go either way for it. But it doesn't have to be one way or the other.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I respectfully disagree.
What do you think it's?
Well, I think considering it's on the second story, and so you're looking up at it, and it's a different view than what you see on the front house, and the fact that when you're in there, your view is down and not as much
But you're
out,
not disagreeing with the historic fact.
No.
Okay, but I'm saying aesthetically it can go
Okay.
either way. So
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
agree with you that it could work.
But I think lowering would be desirable.
Why did you bring this up?
It was just picking an awning fight. Awnings and trash enclosures are sinking us.
Yeah.
All right, so,
Mr. Chair.
yes, Commissioner Butler.
A significantly positive improvement. It looks great.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah.
I agree, and I think it looks really, really nice. I have two comments that I'd like to suggest that you include an awning over the door. And I wouldn't be at all sad if you didn't have the plants over there on the side.
They're going to be plastic anyways, because you can't.
I think they'll be hard to maintain, and it's really, it's just a back wall, so I'd be
die,
okay
and then
for you
they'll
to
go away
lose
anyway.
it. And I'm also fine with the lights. I think they're fine. I think it's great. Good job.
I actually did have a question about that. So there isn't a way of easily accessing those plants, right? I didn't
Not
see
easily.
one, but yeah, okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing a door or something.
Good system.
Yeah. Any other comments? Seeming like it's the only potential split is over where the awnings should be placed exactly, so.
I'll make a motion to grant project design approval and return to consent for final approval.
Second.
And this, well, no.
And you want to make project,
I think you got to go through the litany of
I've got to do
compatibility.
that and then
But
announce the
people could
appeal
see this
period.
maybe, unlike the fence and the previous
Okay,
fence.
project compatibility findings. This is consistent with design guidelines of the city, and it's compatible with the architectural character of the city and the neighborhood. The size, mass, bulk, height, and scale are fitting and acceptable. And I don't know if there are adjacent landmarks it needs to be sensitive to, but if there are, it would be. And public views of ocean and mountains aren't affected, and it's an appropriate use of the open space and landscaping. Are any others? Is that it?
That's it, there are no modifications.
Yeah, okay.
all right.
I was
And
kind of hoping
do we
there'd
have
be more.
Do we have a second?
I think there was one.
Commissioner Butler seconded
Oh,
it.
Commissioner Butler, yeah. You still seconding it? Still seconding it?
Second.
All right. All right,
For a second time.
under discussion, any discussion? All right. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumman. I'll take the roll call vote. Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes?
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And there's a 10-day appeal period to City Council. All right. Last item,
Mr. Gorell, come on down.
and we are only 40 minutes late now. Yeah, we caught up a little. All right, so item 6 is 623.5 State Street. This is a new item, one-time pre-application review. The project site is located in EPV. Proposed to demolish the facade of an existing 2,100 square foot commercial building to construct a new facade. No change in existing floor areas proposed as part of this project. This is a one-time pre-application concept review. No final appealable action will take place this meeting. Project compatibility findings would be required for project design approval. So welcome.
All right,
If you
welcome,
can
thanks.
introduce yourself for
Yeah,
the record.
Jeff Gurel, LMA Architects, representing the project.
All right. Great. And then, does staff have anything to say? It's
just a
pre-app, or-
one-time concept review. Yeah, it is a pre-app, so no need for a formal motion. I'll just be looking for comments. Broad issues, site planning, general architectural style, relationship to site and neighborhood.
Okay. Sounds good. All right.
All right.
Take it away.
Yeah, so actually coming through with two applications. This building has been empty for quite a while, and this is a new owner. And as opposed to the old days when you could sign up for a concept review and get there in a week or two, it was a 30-day review to see whether you're accepted or not. So this is another application that the staff said, hey, we can get you on the next agenda. And I like getting an early concept input. So I said, talk to the owner and said, let's do it. So here we are. That's why.
Okay.
And then with the other application, then that'll happen in another 2 weeks. So the owner, if I could
Hit the Z key and the draw marquee.
Z key. Okay, that's what. So here we are. This is the project site, and with the Fithian building next to that, and then the Vans shoe store next to that. This is a new owner, like I say, and so his mortgage is he's making payments on that now. So he said, let's move this thing along, and he has a number of clothing stores in California, Southern California, and we're following his lead for his modus operandi for how this goes, and I'll get into that a little bit more now. So to go backwards, Steve.
Control 0.
Control 0. Okay, so let me go to. I'll get to the next page. Okay, so this was the NNS Expressions, and this was a clothing store that he liked on State Street. And the idea that he liked, and it follows along with his other clothing stores. You see the height of the ceiling here and the way the glass and the opening works. And then the fold-back doors opening up really draw your eye in, and you get this expression of height, which he likes, and it helps with their marketing. Control 0. Control. I'm zoomed out.
Oh, you're zoomed out already.
Okay, I want to go backwards.
To another page?
Go on the upright, or the scroll on the right.
Scroll on the right?
There we go.
Oh, okay. All right, so there's I don't know, do you want me to show you pictures of the surrounding area? You're probably pretty familiar with it. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we know.
Okay.
I buy all my shoes at Vans.
Yeah. Maybe you can, zoom in. I think you're zooming in on the drawings.
These are the two, these are really the important part here, so, oops. Control Z.
Oh, no, just the Z.
Just the Z.
Just the Z, okay.
You're in Zoom, so you can draw box or whatever you want to zoom in.
I can. Yeah. With which.
It's best if you just smash the computer and then get drawings.
Oop, don't want to delete it.
Hit the escape key, maybe that'll.
Escape key, Z.
Escape.
Can we get out of Zoom?
I want to zoom in on that.
So you just hold down? And
Yeah, something was.
Did you hold the left?
Yeah,
Oh,
the
okay.
yeah, the left.
All right, okay, so I was doing the wrong one.
That's
Okay, so anyway, this is fairly simple with this facade. Nothing has happened to it in a number of years, and it's not aesthetically pleasing. So like I say, the owner wanted to open this up as much as possible and take advantage of the ceiling height. The section that you see here is the existing ceiling is about 14.8 or so. So we wanted to come up to about 13.10 and do 10-foot high fold-back doors. and glass above to really open this up, and he intends on having this open to the street as much as he possibly can during the business hours. We're looking at, a La Cantina fold-back door, or there's a Euro one that I was impressed with. So it would be black, and the header across here would be black, all aluminum, storefront system, and we've got traditional corbels here that would be about 10 inches thick. And an area of signage up above, you can see the relationship of the height. Here's the van signs, fine here. So the doors, there's a recess, so there's going to be, some shadow line to that, but I just kept it simple for you. We recessed back in about 3 foot or so, and there's not much more to say other than that.
All right. Great. So if that completes your presentation, and there is no one in the room for public comment, then we can go to virtual.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I do not have any virtual participants, and we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so back to the commission.
All right. So to commissioners for questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair House.
The fold-back doors, do they all stack to one side, or do they go both ways?
I'm looking at one that would have a man door on this side, and then the remaining doors would fold back. I felt like that would be for a commercial application, it would be more sturdy.
And I'm not clear if, when they're folded back, they're kind of out of sight. I'm not sure what's going on the left side, if you could zoom in on that.
Yeah, these would be the doors right here, so they would fold back and be visible against this wall.
I just saw those dash lines to the left of that, and I didn't know what that was.
That's a fire riser that I have to deal with.
Okay, all right.
All right, other questions?
Yes,
Yes,
Chair
Com-
Grumbine.
Yep, Commissioner.
What is the header? Is that a metal? Is it black? Is it wood?
It's going to be steel, and then I'll probably put brake metal around it to match the storefront. And that, for these fold-back doors, you have to have a very rigid header. So that's what that is.
Okay, and then what about the trim around the upper clear story windows?
The trim will be, it'll be a storefront system. It'll be like 1.5 inch trim.
And what happens where at the, in the upper corner where you've got this?
Corbels?
Yeah.
With the corbels? The best place to look there is right here. These
they're
walls.
back.
Yeah,
They're
these
set
walls
back.
turn, and so they're solid.
Right.
And then the corbel is about 10 inches thick.
Right, got it. Okay, thank you.
And did you consider any vertical muntins?
There's 2 of them.
Well, those look like pieces of glass.
Those are glass.
Yeah.
That I thought you might ask. And if that, we're open to that.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner McClure?
Yeah, what's the paving in that little 18-inch space between the sidewalk and the glass door?
That's a good question. I want to bring the State Street pavers in. Right now, it's just painted red concrete in bad shape.
Okay. Other questions? All right. To comments. Commissioner Lenvick?
Yeah, I was, the cornice at the top, you're replacing that whole front, so you're replacing the cornice as well.
That's right, yep.
I would hope that you would find a cornice shape that was more traditional, round and maybe a little OG or whatever, as opposed to just 2x4s or 2x6s applied and plastered over.
Yeah, sure, yeah, we just followed what's existing there,
Yeah,
but we can do that, yeah.
I noticed that now, but more traditional.
Okay. Other comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Pardon?
Vice Chair House, and then Commissioner.
I beat you. I'm ambivalent about the clear story part. That's a different word for it, transom. Because I think there are some other storefronts that have been approved on State Street that have budded glass. So I could support that, but I could also support Munton's.
There's also neon signs that have been approved on State Street.
Oh, don't
Only
go
one.
there. Don't go there. Get me all riled up. Those are my only comments.
Okay.
Yep.
No, we're comments
No,
now.
We're past, yeah, but,
You can throw back into
I
questions.
had another, yeah, I think I would prefer if the breakup of that transom was aligned with the doors below, and if there was a muntin in there, just to give it a little more traditional feeling, break it up a little bit more. I think that would look better,
Commissioner
if you
Uli?
follow what I'm saying.
I do,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in general support of the direction. I know that we will haggle over the details in weeks and months to come. But I generally like it and support comments other commissioners made. I think the transom will look more traditional if it does have some kind of breakup in it. Some of these installations along State Street concern me because they look too contemporary. And while we do have a couple of locations on the street where there are contemporary facades done before our time, and now are historic, we don't want to replicate them, so.
All right, other comments?
Mr. Chair, I'd add a comment. Considering the direction this is going pro-Munton, I think that the.
You're either with us or you're against us.
Yeah. The horizontal mullion above the doors should have detailing other than just brake metal wrapping around it. That's very contemporary looking. So, a little half by half steel at the top and bottom, clavos, I don't know, something like that.
You're talking about the header.
Yeah, the header, yeah. Just something so it doesn't look like brake metal.
All right. So any other comments? So I'll give a shot at summarizing here. This is just a one-time pre-application. So I think in general, the commissioners are in favor of the design. And it very much fits within State Street. The areas of additional design work would be on the cornice, having a more traditional, at least slightly more elaborate cornice. Also, that the transom above the doors be broken up with in a more traditional way, such as vertical muntins that align with the doors. The header above the doors to be also more traditional in detailing. I think we could probably leave it at that.
Yeah.
And then let them go from there. And then any other, and then I think, I don't know if it was noted on the plans in terms of the brick
It
in the
wasn't
threshold. So, continuing the brick, the State Street brick pavers into the threshold is also acceptable, as mentioned during the meeting, is acceptable.
Also, perhaps, maybe there could be a little bit of a molding or something around where the signage is, so it's just not just a cut
So,
box, something a little.
It's actually pretty common on
It's
State
pretty-
Street.
it's
There's
really
just
common, yeah.
Very common, just have
Yeah.
a punch out.
Like a half-inch recess or something.
Yeah.
Yes, still, I'm saying.
and at least one commissioner would like a little more detail in the plaster in sign inset. All in. All right, any other comments?
Oh, you go.
No, nothing.
Is there ever any lighting? Do we ever see?
There's a light he's showing as
No,
a downlight.
I mean more of a decorative fixture, like on the outside of the building. Is that ever anything that is of interest or appropriate?
No, we weren't
No.
interested in doing that.
Okay.
All right.
I
All right.
have nothing.
Any other? Okay. So those are the comments, and I think that's it. We don't need a motion. Yeah, so.
Okay. All right, thanks. Those are good
Thank you.
comments.
Thank you.
All right. And meeting is adjourned.